How about now? Am I muted now? Sorry, guys. Let me know if I'm muted now. Can you feel the love tonight? I don't know which one of these are active, to be completely honest. It says I have two of them. It says that y'all was good now. I'm unmuted. All right, how about now? Am I still unmuted? Let's make sure we're locked and loaded here. We sound good now? Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what's going on? Welcome to Big Screen Steel. Another living split screen feature, as you can tell. Mic sounded crispy. Hey, that's what I like to hear. That's a beautiful thing. Ladies and gentlemen, look, first, I gotta address the elephant in the room. I don't know what happened to Palm. Again, I don't know where he's at, what's going on. Hopefully he is okay. I know he lives in the winter wonderlands. I did send a text out. Maybe overslept. Again, weeks get hard sometimes. I know how things go. I know it's been tough for me for sure. But again, just send, if you guys can, the one thing that I would ask is just send them love, energy, blessings, all that great stuff. And what we may end up doing here, again, flying off the cuff. This may end up there. There are a few things that I'd like to get into, and I would like to chop it up with you guys as we do. And we'll just kind of go from there. Another thing too is if this ends up being the case, then what I'll do is I may just stop the stream early and we may just jump straight into Palworld. I'll pull up. I'm gonna be pulling up another stream and doing all that good stuff. So we'll go from there. But other than that, we'll probably end up touching my thoughts and opinions on some things. I got some personal opinions that I kind of want to get off as far as about the conversation right now about graphics. Xbox apparently hasn't released anything graphically impressive. And graphics are supposedly the only thing that matters when you compare them to other games. Again, unless we're talking about graphics, which again, a game like Redfall, I lost progress in that game. But a game like Redfall is not the most realistic looking game, but it was still pretty demanding on PC. So there's a lot of gray area there. People are being weird. It is what it is, but I think there's gonna be time. There's gonna be a lot of interesting conversation to be had there. Let me check on a few things here, make sure everything is good. Looks like everything is good. Looks like we're rocking and rolling here. We got good connection here. That has been a thing for us recently. Getting some connection is, and I was able to do some recording last night. And it didn't cause me any issues. So there is that. So I think we got some things together here on Living Split Screen, man. I think we working for sure. How are you guys doing this fine Saturday morning? Hopefully everything has been all right. Hopefully your week has been smooth enough. And if it hasn't, I want to send you positive energy, blessings, love, passion, all the great things that you would love to experience. Sanchez says, bring Decado on the show. Hey, man. If it wasn't a me and Palm Soul dynamic duo kind of thing, maybe. Haven't chopped it up enough with Decado to those as ins and outs. That's the one thing about podcasting that I will say that is extremely important. When you do these shows with people, you want to do shows with people that like you've definitely built rapport with, that you chopped it up with, you got some gaming in, you've had some conversations, right? There's things that me and Pong has chopped up and talked about that nobody else will probably end up knowing about. And that's how when you have a show and stuff like that, there is a dynamism that's there that you got to make sure that you address, but also just try to have that understanding for each other. And me and Pong genuinely care for one another, so it's like it kind of gets reciprocated. You know what I'm saying? Six says he's got his 8-bit Duke controller coming in. He's gonna show it off later. Hey, Sith, right now there's no Pong. I don't know what happened to Pong. Sent the text through. Send a message through. Hopefully he's just oversleeping and nothing terrible has happened. Again, I don't expect for anything terrible to have happened, for what I know, but nonetheless, just send us some love, energy, and blessings of anything. After I get done talking about some of the things that I'd like to talk about, along with the Dev Direct and my opinions and whatnot, we might probably just jump into some early Palworld gameplay. Means we won't be 4 hours live today, or who knows? Maybe I will be. Boogie, he says, I pulled the trigger on Palworld this morning. Boogie, as somebody who was like my shepherd in No Man's Sky, I think you would really like Palworld, because just how you were explaining to me, like you like helping people, you like helping people understand, give them kind of like a step up in the world, have them give them ways to enjoy the game. Again, I don't think I would have put over 100 hours, almost 200 hours into No Man's Sky if it wasn't for you, Boogie. So shout out to you, man. But because of that, I do think that you are going to enjoy Palworld. It has a lot of those same things in it. Again, of course, you're not traveling to different space stations or whatever, but it does have a lot of those qualities in it, and I think you'll like it. Decado says, I pulled the trigger last night and made it to 15. Level 15? Nice. Yeah, man, the thing, look, and I think I'll try to see if I can pull up some Palworld gameplay here in a moment. The thing about Palworld is, Palworld is different, man. Hey, Boogie says, you give me too much props, bro, but thank you. Hey, man, it's a fact. I wouldn't be saying it out loud if it wasn't a fact, bro. I'm just telling you what it is. You helped me enjoy No Man's Sky in ways that I wasn't expecting to enjoy it, and putting the amount of time that I put into it. Again, you helped me see how good the game is and can be, and definitely gave me a good experience, man. So I appreciate that. That was one of them, definitely a dope experience. I'll definitely cherish that for a while. Yobi, you the same thing. Yobi guy was in there too. As soon as he knew I was jumping into No Man's Sky, he was ready to help a brother out. And we had some good times pulling up the Yobi's base, chilling. You know what I mean? Vandal, as far as Dead Cells goes, I'd have to play Dead Cells. I'd have to play it because I don't have any I don't have any recorded gameplay. I mean, outside of like the streams, and I haven't downloaded anything. So, oh, ladies and gentlemen, Paul said he said he'll be here in 5. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and swap on over, since we are expecting Pongular Soul, and then we're gonna go from there. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna jump back into No Man's Sky just off the principle. Game's is a time sink, man. Again, not in a bad way. It's just a time sink. So you listen to them, but not to me. Nah, man. I just wanted to watch Power. I got Palworld gameplay ready. That's just what it is. Yobi says, I had to drop off some ducats to you. Tell Steel you basically started No Man's Sky off as $1 million. I did. I did start off No Man's Sky as I had some ducats on me. My homies came through. They made sure that I was taken care of. And, you know, they had me out here feeling dapper. You know what I mean? Before too long, I was out here starship hunting. You know, I was out here feeling good. I think what really killed me about No Man's Sky is I'm a sucker for customization, man. And it didn't have enough. That was another thing. I probably would have stayed in it longer if I would have been really able to get real sexy in there, you know? There's one thing in Palworld that they're doing pretty well, though, man. The cosmetic side of things is really looking good. I think what I'll do is I'll hold off on some comments and things since we got Pongular Soul coming through. I don't know how this is going to work since I went to a different scene collection, but I guess we'll find out. Once I hear Pong in the room, we're gonna drop on through. Matt said, I played 15 minutes of Palworld last night and it crashed. Couldn't get back in. Now I will tell you, Matt, they had an issue last night, and they had to get in contact with Epic, and Unreal. They got the issue resolved last night. The main issue that they're having right now is server capacity issues, because there's no way on God's green earth that they expected for there to be this kind of attention on this game. No way. The way that people were downplaying it, the way people were comparing it, there's literally no way that anybody could have predicted this. I don't even think Xbox predicted it, but Xbox needs to be, as someone who cut the deal to get Game Pass in there, I saw some people running with it or bringing up the point. Xbox, that needs to be an exclusive title. We talked about exclusives before. You want something like a Genshin? This is your Genshin. You need to take advantage of it. Does not need to go anywhere else. That's the game that we want to play. Unless you got Genshin coming around the corner. Even then, I think it's too late. I think you need to check some things out. For sure. I had mine crash a few times. Again, I am playing with like max power rate or whatever the case, to where it causes the max amount of spawns that they have set available to spawn. So my world is always like lush with different bounds and stuff running around. Sometimes I'll walk around and like just walk through my base. And there's definitely some little issues with Palworld for sure. Boogie says Palworld had me intrigued, but you saying they have a lane of their own with the game last night made me pull the trigger, live in split screen. Yeah, Boogie, I think so. 1,000%. 1,000% they got a lane of their own. Biggest reason is because if this was an issue for Nintendo, if we want to go based off of what Nintendo would do previously, they would have been jumped on this because this game wasn't hiding from nobody. This wasn't the day before. And even they were hiding while trying to portray the game as one thing, right? If it was really that big of an issue, Nintendo would have been locked this down, gotten away 2 years ago. Now, they may have something more to say now, but I don't care. And I don't care, like, all the Nintendo folks are coming out complaining that, oh, Palworld's just a Pokemon ripoff, and, how can this be okay? Dog, nobody told Pokemon not to evolve or not to do something similar to that. That's what I was expecting out of Arceus. This is what I was expecting out of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Jasper, that's a good point. He says the other game is still exclusive to Xbox and it was in Game Pass, Craftopia. The only bad thing about Craftopia though, and that's a negative thing for Pocket Pair, is that Craftopia has a negative stench on it right now. Or has a negative stench on it, and has had a negative stench on it because of the type of support that they gave that game. Now, Craftopia didn't get the attention that this game has gotten. And I would have to imagine, I can't find how big the team is for the life of me. But this has to be a small team. In this game, there is no way that this game was a lot to make. No way. Ricardo says, everything I found lacking in Craftopia was implemented better in Palworld. Bro, even with it not having a story, because it doesn't. It's like you get to a trainer, you get to that first trainer when it's like the tutorial boss or whatever, she don't say nothing to you. They're like, oh, okay, interesting. But overall on the gameplay side of things, obviously they've hit something. And if this was a smaller game, cost a lot less, the amount of money that they got flowing in right now, if they're truly passionate about this game, this is what we're going to find out real quick. If they're truly passionate about this game, there's about to be a dumb amount of support that's going to go into this. We're about to get a roadmap. We're about to get all kinds of stuff because I think that this is what they were looking for. And again, I think this is why they chased that Pokemon avenue, and they probably were saying all the same things. They're probably worried about Nintendo too, because yes, some of the PAL designs are very reminiscent of Pokemon characters, but they're still doing it their own way. They changed the characters enough to where you can't say, yo, you stole my homework. You can say, you stole it and then I reconfigured it. Oh, hold on. Let me swap. I was able to swap over instantly. Pong, are you there?
Can you hear me, sir?
Oh, I can hear him. Oh man, I was worried about you, man.
Bro, I was worried about me too when I woke up and I saw the time. I don't remember the alarm going off. I had one of those nights where I had a headache in the middle of the night. So I was like up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, crashed back out. I apologize, brother. I literally do not remember anything. I just woke up and I was like, oh, I'm like, my alarm go off. And I'm like, wait, no, it's too bright outside. And I looked at the time and I'm like, fuck.
Look, man. You know, I had to roll around. I had to roll around the dirt a little bit. I was about to get into some deep conversation too.
Listen,
look, man. The biggest thing, you don't have to apologize to me. The biggest thing, is that
I
wanted to.
It's fucking awful, bro.
You do what you feel is best. The one thing I'll say to you, and I'll say it live, and I'll say it to you behind the scenes. The main thing is I just wanted to make sure that you were all right. As long as you're good, you're here now with us, so that's awesome. We're ready to rock and roll. I was just gonna adjust things on the fly. I was telling the people like, hey man, this might be a shorter show. We're gonna get into some Palworld early today. I was like, hey, hopefully he's okay. Like I sent a text out and see what's happening.
I don't know if you saw. I don't know if you saw the X post. People hit me up in the DM saying you okay. I got people posted at me on.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Yeah. I got Back from the Dead posted me, asked me where it posted on Twitter, going, living split screens live, but where's Pong Soul? So I got yeah. No, this is I was just. You were finally going to have your dream. I'm sorry, I stole it. Living full screen versus living split screen. Nah. Full screen versus split screen. That's what Steel really wants.
You did miss though, Pong. Decado came in here with some fire ass information, right? Because we are the main ones that were interested and excited about Suicide Squad, right? We're we're invested. Day one.
Yes.
Decado said he was watching Dr. Lupo play, right?
Yeah.
He was playing the end game for Suicide Squad. And he was saying it is a mix of Outriders and what was the other game that you said it was like Decado? He said it was like Outriders or something else had a baby. That's the kind of end game that they have. It's very
really?
Yeah,
so
bro.
That dude that had the behind the scenes information was probably real.
What did he say?
That guy, remember I told you that there was a couple posts about Suicide Squad from some random people.
I remember saying that a while back.
Yeah. They were saying the roadmap. It was a few weeks ago that was saying the roadmap is laid out. They know what they're doing, that they're way ahead of the curve on other games of the service, that that they were saying that the whatever they had for the end game already was looking like it was much better. Like it was like they were gonna have like raid level style stuff.
Yeah, that's what Decado was talking about.
Yeah. So those people were true. Then that's awesome to hear, man. I can't.
That is crazy. That's not that. I wasn't even expecting that in that game, but knowing that they went to that level means this wasn't just here's a project, we need you guys to work on it. Even if that was the case, they put blood, sweat, and tears into this one. Like
that's what it sounds like.
Crazy.
That Rocksteady was on. Well, now we do know that two original founders of Rocksteady have left and started their own studio now. That got announced this week.
Happy with what
they were done with Suicide. Yeah, they were done with. Once they got done with Suicide Squad, they left and started their own studio. But Rocksteady quality is here. That's something that we both said was evident. Still, like the DNA of Rocksteady is in this game, even if this wasn't the game that they chose to make. If that was true and they got this game pushed on them, they still took it to, they said
they took it to heart.
Well, we're still Rocksteady. We're still fucking Rocksteady, and we're going to knock the shit out of the park, right? They basically said, we're still going to come and do what we do best, even if we've got to make a game that we didn't necessarily want to make. We're going to make it the best damn game we possibly can. And if they've got that roadmap laid out, if that end game is there now, obviously sales are going to matter. How long they continue to support, it's going to matter. But if they've got that roadmap already laid out, got to figure our first year or two is pretty much set no matter what. Like they're going to have enough content to support this game for the first year or two, at least no matter what. I'm just hoping, as we talked about, that enough people, the people that say I don't want to play this game, it's not the game I wanted, blah, blah. they start seeing other people play it, like you and I, and even Mav now, who's going to be in day one, and really look at it and go, oh wait, maybe I was a little wrong here. Maybe this is actually an interesting game, and they jump in. Maybe it's got legs. Maybe it's got a lot of legs down the road.
Yeah, Dakota was saying it was like if Anthem and Outriders had a baby. Wow. And then he also said there's also infinite alternative advancement also.
Yo, okay. All
That's
right,
just crazy.
Let's go. Let's go, Steel. I mean, this is
Dakota says the sets in the seasons completely break builds. You get like special bonuses when you unlock Bane set and Infamy set with another set. So they even throw some Diablo in there too.
Okay. I mean, again, the looter side of shit, if that's true, I like I said, they took away the gear score, but the loot system was still there, obviously. I'm a looter shooter fan. That's why I said that was one of the main reasons why I started getting interested as soon as they said, Steel, we're gonna have some fun, bro. We're gonna have some fun, man. Hell yeah, let's go.
That's crazy. I mean, I was hoping that the game was going to have a good amount of content, so I didn't know. Didn't have any idea. I know it is a live service game, although they have pulled back from that. So that was the other thing that was like, I don't know how deep this game is going to end up being. Maybe we get to the end of the game, we run around for a bit. It's fun to co-op, kind of like Gotham Knights, where there's some fun to be had there, but after a certain point, there's not really anything else there. They've also stopped supporting the game. So there's that too, because there wasn't enough support for it. Whereas this one, it's like, whether the support is going to be there day one or not, it sounds like to me that they're going to have at least probably 100-hour experience there for you if you're willing to put in that time, and even maybe get your guy's character right and advance them. So that's gonna be really cool. I'm getting it Suicide Squad on PC, Jasper, but it's crossplay.
Yeah, it's full crossplay.
It doesn't. So it doesn't matter where you doesn't. It's cross everything. That's something that's also really dope, because typically, we hear that those things are expensive to do. So for it to be crossplay everywhere means, I think they had some things like, I think at a baseline level when they were putting this into a conceptual phase, that was one of their baseline points. Like, hey, we need to make sure this is accessible to as many people as possible. We need to make sure that when people do hop on, that they can play together. There is no limiting factor. This game, because people know that we don't typically make these style of games, but we still got our name on it. We want to make sure that people have the best experience possible. And like, for a Rocksteady game that's multiplayer, again, it does make me think, with as many people want another Batman game, how crazy it would have been if they would have been the ones on Gotham Knights.
Yep.
A multiplayer Gotham Knights with everything that they've put in the Suicide Squad. And again, I'm not trying to take away from Suicide Squad at all, because again, like I said on X, or otherwise known as Twitter, this Suicide Squad game has made me care about the Suicide Squad more than I've ever did previously. So that's a good thing.
No, that is a great thing. Dakota also says that once you get to level 30, every time you level up after that point, you get a point for team advancement. Each node looked to have 20 points that can be put into it, and there was probably at least 50 nodes. Yo,
what the fuck?
If that's
true, what is Rocksteady doing?
They just said screw it. Screw it. You guys are happy. We're just gonna give you OP. We're just gonna give you whatever you want. We'll let you break the game. We'll let you OP. We'll let you just do. We're gonna give you, like, we're gonna turn Suicide Squad into freaking Superman, into Wonder Woman. We're gonna turn them into whatever. You can just crazy. Keep going. If that's all true, Dakota, thank you for all the information. That is
Dakota, that is super dope. That is super dope. That is way beyond anything that I was expecting. Way beyond. You telling me that they got that type of, and we haven't seen that kind of game depth outside of some of your more known multiplayer or live service games. Even Destiny doesn't have a roadmap like that right now. I mean, again, I'm being over the top, but
you're being over the top. But it doesn't. The point is well made, Steel, because what if Rocksteady comes out with this game, like the game isn't accessible as it's needed to be, but everybody looked at, now the two founders have left, right? They started their own studio, but everybody starts playing this game and goes, holy shit, Rocksteady understood the assignment better than 95% of games as a service type games. Like they understood what they needed to do, and all the time that it took them, they were laying out a roadmap and they were laying out a system that were going to keep people engaged better than most games ever do. Like, what if that winds up being the case? Like, even if it's not the most popular game, everybody just looks at it and goes, holy shit, they actually had a real plan here for this game. More so than most. Like that.
Maybe that's how they adjusted the live service element of it, right? Maybe that's that. This is what the delay was used for. Hey, if we're gonna delay it, might as well fill this bitch with as much content that we can fill it with. You're gonna have ways to play.
And supposedly a ton of it's free, right? Because they came out and said that somebody they had a post about that where they're going to be dropping all these updates for free. Like it was going to be free to players. Like man, I'm telling you, Steel, we're gonna have some fun in Suicide Squad at the end of the day, man. We're gonna have some fun. So
crazy, man.
This sounds like the opposite of Tiny Tina's, especially for you and for me, because again, the DLC didn't hit like most DLC does for Borderlands. Tiny Tina's was fantastic for the main stuff, the main game, the core game, everything. We had an absolute blast playing Tiny Tina's, but it was Endgame and it was DLC that just didn't hit, and Rocksteady could just be freaking nailing it here with everything. Wow.
Dakota, he's continuing. He says they also said after a season is done, they are planning to give players the ability to play past seasons if they missed a piece they needed.
So just
again, if you're going to introduce a battle, this is what I mean by looking at what your competition is doing around the industry. Yeah, take that shit. If it's going to make the experience better, fucking take that shit. Call of Duty should not be doing this still. As an example, making you feel like you have to play the game in this time, and if you don't, then it's completely you're gonna lose everything. It's just crazy. Jasper says they also have leaked playable characters that might come to the game. I know they did for Joker. Who else did they got?
Joker
they got out there.
Yeah,
Jasper?
Joker for sure.
Because if they end up putting like Deathstroke in there,
if they got a squad, pun intended, ready for DLC as well. Like I said, the first 2 years sound like it could be set no matter what happens to this game. This game might just have the lineup already. They have all the content, so why not? Just keep it going. Oh man. Yeah,
I'm a little more hyped now,
Steve. This is gonna be
good.
He
said there was 4 of them. Okay.
4. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it looks like it is King Childs from what you're saying. He says it's like Division 2. Yeah, seemingly sharing a lot of things with the Division 2 is. You seem like you're going to be able to have builds are going to be separate from other people. Again, these are things that are typically touched on in other games, and some games do it pretty well. But you typically only see this in those multiplayer live service games. And this was supposed to be a full live service games. And I know the blowback kind of probably made them look at this differently. But even with that, I mean, considering the time, they had this in the thought process the whole time. It probably, what was going to end up happening is, because the game was supposed to release last year. What probably ended up happening is that because of how it was shown and the people's reaction, they said, you know what? Because what they were probably going to do is release the game, and then that next year coming up right soon, probably maybe same time, February, beginning of the year, release their first content update.
Yeah.
And then boom, now you have all this content to play. You play through the story, you got your character right. Now you have all this additional content to play. But, it would have taken a year to get here, but now I think this is going to work better in their favor, because not only do you have the baseline content, but you're also clearing people's worries about the end game, especially because I heard a lot of people talking about that. Oh, this is co-op, you got gear, you do all this. Then what's the end game like? And now clearing up those end game conversations. So that's really cool. First season is Bane gear. That's fire. That's gonna be cool to see. That's gonna be cool to see how that plays out. And if they got the aesthetic too, if they give like your gear, the aesthetics of Bane, all the characters have like different sets that all favor Bane in one way. That'd be really dope. Like King Shark fucking with the fucking mask over. That'd be fucking fire, bro. Shout out to fucking Rocksteady, man. I'm not gonna waver my faith in them. We'll see what happens when the game releases. It's only around the corner, ladies and gentlemen.
It is. It is.
Well,
but yeah, this gets me more excited. Yeah. So what are we doing, Steele? Where are we going?
Oh,
what are we doing?
I mean, we gotta introduce the show. We gotta introduce the show.
So you didn't do an intro. So basically, we're in the green room the entire. Okay.
It wasn't much.
Are we gonna do
like
an official? Are we doing like an official?
We're gonna do an official.
Okay.
We're gonna do an official intro.
All right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here we go. Welcome to Living Split Screen. This is your Saturday morning podcast that covers everything going on within the gaming industry. We are non-console centric, and apologize for the little bit of a delay there. Things happen. Life happens. As long as Pong is okay, that's what mattered to me, and he is. So we're going to be rocking and rolling. We're going to be getting into it. We got a lot of things to talk about today. The Dev Direct just happened. We've got probably a little bit of a rant that I want to get into. I know Mav touched on it a little bit on the whole graphic side of things, just because people are using that as the main talking point, saying there's quality differences and PlayStation, it's the PlayStation tax. The games don't get. There's just a different level of expectation. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's wind it on up. Yeah, man. So there's a lot of things along those lines. The community has been quite wild this week, so that's been interesting. But life has been wild for me also. So hey, things are okay. Yobi's coming through with the 4 months, saying always from the heart, brothers. Peace, love, life. And yes, Pong, Palworld is over 850K on Steam concurrently.
What?
And I've been seeing other people on Reddit and shit saying that, bro. He said people were saying if it's 850K on Steam, what do you think it is everywhere else?
Right. You got to be talking Xbox. Over. You got to be talking. Well, yeah, on Xbox, right? But you got to be talking. You got to be talking about probably a million, 2 million. That's fucking crazy. 3 players worldwide, because a lot of people are still accessing it through PC Game Pass and also Xbox. So it's got to be a 1 million, 2 million, 3. Like that.
And they said 2 million this morning. 2 million copies sold this morning.
2 million copies sold, so they did hit the 2 million. I was guessing last night on Xbox Ultimate that at the time of the show, I thought a million and a half was certainly possible. And obviously, I knew last night that the weekend obviously didn't start. Friday night is not your prime. Usually it's Saturday when they hit peak numbers. So that makes total sense. Again, from everything that everybody's been saying, like there's not people outside of the Nintendo community who are just hating on the game because
even people in the Nintendo community,
even the people in the Nintendo community are saying this is a good game. They're pissed that they ripped out Pokemon
and I love and I'm loving this.
Yes. So, again, another surprise for 2024 that nobody saw coming, Steele. Like this is what the great years have.
I was hyped.
Like last year, the great years have these surprises. You were hyped, sir. You were hyped.
I'll be honest, I was overhyping it. I was overhyping it and hoping that it would be something decent.
Correct. Yes.
This is way beyond what I could have imagined.
Holy shit, that is crazy. It is a pal world. We're all just living in it right now, man. We'll see if it's got legs. I think the game is deep enough from the little bit I played and what I've been seeing people, again, with the building, with everything that you can do. It's gonna be listen up, chat. Hey, I might be late today, and I apologize again, but I gotta say this chat is freaking incredible for everything you guys do. And we've got to get the hype train up because we started at a Mach 2.0. In fact, Steele was trying to get it to Mach 2.5 just by himself on Living Full Screen. That's what he was doing this morning. But you know what? The Splitters hype train is rolling through a town near you. And now I'm on board. And guess what? Everybody? The one, the only not Dragonheart anymore. Not Dragonheart. Used to be known as Dragonheart, but just legendary. He just said, you know what? Screw the Dragonheart. I'm coming back to this community in 2024 as just a legendary Yobi. That's right. The one and only Legendary Yobi just flew overhead and said, you know what, Pong, that's okay. I know you were late this morning, but I'm not going to hold it against you because this hype train's got to get to a Mach 6.0 out the gate. That's right. We're going to get the Mach 10 by the end of this show. If I got anything to say about the legendary Yobi comes in with a nuke. That's right. No bombs this morning. Just a straight up nuke flew overhead in that stealth bomber and said, watch out, y'all. I'm clearing the path for this hype train. We're building tracks. We're adding cars. I don't give a shit. We're dropping the nuke early this morning. The Yobi comes in with the huge $107 nuke bomb super chat on this all. Says hashtag peace, love, life, as always, and says, let's get this train started. We go and work hard every day, and it's only right when I can to support the home team. Thank you for existing. Y'all can't leave gaming alone. Y'all can't leave gaming alone. The game needs you. Thank you, Pong. Thank you, Steel. It's for life.
Much love.
Yo, that's how we do it here. Legendary Yobi, in all seriousness, brother, just nothing but love and respect. Nothing but love and respect. Beautiful to see that early nuke, but man, beautiful. It's never, ever, ever expected here. Just always appreciated. And from you, Yobi, extra special. Thank you, brother. It means the world to us. It really, really, really does. Thank you all. And of course, chat, this is how it's done, right?
They're trying to get us to Mach 10 early, Paul.
They're trying to get us to Mach 10 early on the Splitters hype train. Now that the world has been cleared by Yobi, now we're just laying new track. We're adding new cars because Ducato said, "Oh, Yobi, I see you just cleared the path. I see you just cleared the path for this freaking train. We're going to get some new people on board. I'm going to buy 20 tickets to this hype train. And in fact, I'm going to bring some extra coal with me. So we're going to get the hype train to a Mach 6.5 out here. Choo-choo, motherfuckers, because we're adding some more cars. Get on board. Get in your seat. Strap that 4-point harness in. Mach 6.5. Ducato comes in with a freaking dunk from the free throw line. That's right. He did a reverse dunk from the lane. That's right. A Dominique Wilkins style dunk. 20 bomb. An easy 20 bomb for all of you. Bomb, not bum. Whoa, pause.
20 off the rim.
Bomb. That's right. He got it. Alley-oop to himself. Ducato with the 20 bomb, 20 tickets. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. We are keeping this show ad-free in 2024. That's what you guys are doing. But you already know the goal remains 69, everybody. Wink, wink. Everybody's favorite number. Wink,
that
wink.
Is,
69.
That's the best number.
It just continues to be 69. So get ready. No coffee, no ads. Here on Living Split Screen every Saturday morning, thanks to all of you going after that goal that just remains constant every single week. Ducato with the 20 bomb in here. Thank you, Ducato. Appreciate you.
Yeah, Psycho. They had a Palworld had an emergency meeting with Epic Games because that's their service provider, and they use Unreal. They use the Unreal Engine, but they call Epic Games because that's their service provider. And right now, they were having issues. Yeah. Their servers are slammed right now. For me, if you get into the game, one piece of advice I would give you, unlike other games that won't ever let you sign in, if you're having a problem signing into your world or you're making a world and it keeps kicking you out or backing you out, just keep tapping A until it lets you in. Once you're in the game, you won't get kicked out. Now, co-op, I haven't played co-op yet, but apparently it's shaky right now because of the servers being slammed. But they're trying to work that out right now. And I can imagine that Microsoft is also probably in conversation with them to get them some Azure servers, because there are dedicated servers coming. Steam has dedicated servers right now. The only thing about dedicated servers, I know Palworld has their own dedicated servers. Again, you can only have 32 people to a server. So again, depending on how long Palworld stays in my rotation, I think it's probably going to be in there for quite some time. I do eventually want to get like my own server for people to come on in. We just kind of have an everlasting thing. Because the other thing too is saw some other people talking about this. Like other single player games or other co-op games that like when you join the host, your progress only carries on with the host. Palworld is very similar to that right now if you're not on a dedicated server. So for example, if Pong comes to my world, he's going to start a brand new character and his progress is going to be locked to my world. So every time he comes back, he'll pick up with everything that he had. But when he goes back to his world, it's his world. He has to either re-get everything or the one thing that he could do, because I don't foresee Pong really playing Palworld by himself often, but the one thing he could do is if he does play, that could just be his character. He keeps his character in my world. He only really rocks when I play. That's one thing that's another option that you kind of have. But again, you are depending on people at that point, depending on how much you're invested. But this is definitely one of those games where I could see myself, if somebody from the community hit me up, was like, yo, Steel, let's run it together. I could see myself jumping in, helping out, running together, whatever the case, carving out my little piece, in their world and then kind of moving on. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of been my approach to it. But yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say you said I don't see Pong playing this by him. See, I'm not. I'm not lying. You know me, right? First of all of you know me in the chat. You guys have been listening to us long enough, right? I'm not the dude who has a lot of FOMO. I'm not the dude who gets hyped of a game just because it's the latest and greatest thing, right? I could care less, right? I never played Fortnite like that. I don't care about that shit, right? I legitimately, when this first dropped, when everybody's saying it's just Pokemon with guns and you were starting to hype it up and whatever else, I was like, oh man, I got no interest in this game, right? I got no interest in this game. Obviously, when they said it was coming to Game Pass, I said, okay. And then you start hitting me up in the DMs. I said, okay, all right. I will take my advice, which I tell everybody here.
Exactly.
If it's on Game Pass, download it, try it.
Yeah.
No risk at all to try a game and see if you like it, right? It's the same as a demo, right? I tried Prince of Persia, right? Because even though I'm not into Metroidvanias and platformers, I downloaded the demo just to try it and see if it was something more that maybe grabbed my attention, because I can be surprised. So I downloaded the demo, played through the first level, right? Died a couple of times, and I was like, nope, not going to do this, but I can see the quality here, right? I can see the quality. I can see why everybody's hyping this game up and really loving Prince of Persia. Cool. So I took my own advice, and I told you, I download it and I try it out. Again, just from the little bit I played, and I didn't play much, but from the little bit I played last night at Palworld, honestly, Steel, because it is a survival game with building mechanics, I actually do enjoy those types of games.
Okay.
And I was actually smiling and having a good time last night. The bit I played, love the graphics, love it's a cartoony game. It pops off the screen. The character creator was cool out the gate. That I was like, oh, we got like a character creator. It's not like the deepest thing of all time, but I'm like,
I couldn't. I had to make a female character. And had my wife put her input in on the kind of character that we should make. Because I couldn't get a good guy character like the beard that I wanted. I was just like, why is this like this? Now I like the body slider and all that.
It's got enough,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you do. But I was watching your stream. You do. It was funny.
But you know what I'm saying? It's decent for what it is. You know what I mean?
For this type of game, I wasn't even expecting that. I was expecting presets for the most part, right?
Yeah.
I wasn't. So when I went, I was like, oh, okay. So we got a little customization. And from that point on, when I hopped into the game and started doing the survival stuff, the initial, okay, what do I got to make first? What do I got to collect first? And then I started killing the monsters. And then I captured my first monster. I was like, no, this is a good time, Steel. This is actually a good time. Okay. This is a surprise game for me. I'm like, I'm not uninstalling it. Like I actually, in fact, paused my game, turned on the PC early for Xbox Ultimate last night, turned on the PC early and downloaded it from on the PC too, in case you and I want to get into it, bro. So
the way that it runs on PC is, I don't know why they recommend 32 gigs. Maybe if you play on 4K, because the game is pretty demanding. You can also change some of the settings and everything, which I did in my world. I made it a little bit more accessible, a little bit, I'm not going to say accessible, but a little easier, maybe. Like I got double XP, right? Instead of like the 1 XP that it starts off with, I put it on 2. So there's some things in there that I've adjusted for what I felt like would give me a better gameplay experience from what I've seen other people say and stuff like that. And bro, like the feeling that I got when I walked up and punched my first land ball, like I was just fucking walked up to it and started duffing it up. Like I was like, yo, okay.
these cute little freaking furry things, bro. I was having a blast. I was like you. Obviously you start out with fisticuffs, and I was like, oh my God. And then when one rolled at me and missed and stunned itself and it had the stars around its head, I was like, yeah, okay. All right, let's go. Let's go. We'll save it, Steel. I just posted it in the DMs too. Paul Tassi just wrote an article about Palworld and just launched it 25 minutes ago. I just put it in there. His title is Palworld is absolutely insane and actually incredible. Again, we'll see what kind of legs. What I was going to say before is that we've talked about this, Steel, about these smaller teams that come out with games and aren't ready. I don't think anybody, and we've criticized before when they have, server issues, when they're not ready for this type of engagement. Nobody, I don't think even Pocket Pair in their wildest dreams could have imagined selling 2 million copies in under 24 hours. I don't think there is any way, shape, or form Pocket Pair could have foreseen this type of interaction with a community like this. There is no way they could have foreseen this in the crystal ball. I'm going to give them a pass right now. As far as that stuff goes, we've criticized other games that have come out, but that was like very limited. Like they got like 100,000 players in some games and their servers were crashing. 855,000 concurrent players, top 10 now all time on Steam, right? They are in the top 10. They are about to beat Baldur's Gate 3's all-time concurrent play. You can't ever prepare for that. Like, there's no way Pocket Pair knew this was going to happen. Like, this is stupid. I want to see if it's got legs. Unreal Engine 5, we've seen what Epic's done with Fortnite through the years, obviously updating it. I can't wait to see where they take this game. If they get PvP into it too, Steel, like if they already said they're testing stuff for PvP, if they get this rolling and they can get it out.
It was part of their plan. It was part of their launch plan. It needed more time. I can tell why. This game is going to need some balancing in PvP for sure. I don't know how that's going to end up working out. There's some things that need to be adjusted in other places too, that a lot of the issues that I am finding in Palworld are things that I would kind of expect from a small team that couldn't test everything, right? Whereas millions of people or hundreds of thousands of people playing it and messing around with your different systems. Like right now, for an example, on PC, and I'm playing through the Game Pass app on PC, right now, my controller prompt buttons don't show up on PC. Okay. But they work. And the controller works, and it does work on console because I saw it. I saw my youngest play. But it doesn't work on, like my prompts don't show. So I'm constantly having to guess at what my certain buttons do. But I am figuring it out, so it's not over the top. But there's certain things like when you're trying to build your houses or whatever that just kind of should make sense that don't work. And it's like, okay. I mean, I guess. Is it, there's other little things that need to be worked on, but overall, as a baseline game, I'm still probably in the beginning. I just got out of the tutorial, which I probably spent between on stream, off stream, maybe 5-6 hours playing just to get through the tutorial. And that's just one trainer. I don't even know how many trainers there are that you're supposed to fight, or gym leaders, quote unquote, that you're supposed to fight, along with the world just being fucking massive. Right.
Have you fought any boss battles yet at all, Steel, or no?
The only boss battle that I've done is the gym trainer boss battle.
Is that the cave? Is that the cave you find early on? I don't know where you've been in the world. No. Okay. Cause I found a cave with a red. But... Okay. Yeah. I found a cave and it had a red skull, right? A red, looking animals. I'm like, oh, I probably shouldn't go in here right now. Okay. We won't go in here.
Yeah. No. And if you're under leveled, you're going to get smacked around. The main thing that I could definitely tell you, and I would recommend to anybody, is definitely make sure that you follow the tutorial. Yeah. Make sure that you also level up your base.
Go to your survival game.
PAL. Go make sure you go to your PAL base, level up your base. Don't start exploring and doing. Only get what you need up front. Because if you start exploring, like you can,
Yeah.
but you're going to find yourself very lacking. And these, that's something else that I think needs a little bit of work. The AI is a little broke in some ways. Once they lock onto you, especially the pals that can shoot shit.
Yeah.
They don't really miss. Their attacks, like when they shoot shit out, it curves and everything. Like like it'll go around corners and everything.
I saw you get hit by some ice guys last night. I did see that.
These motherfuckers is accurate. So definitely, I would definitely say be careful for sure. But I don't think that they ever expected for to receive this kind of excitement for the game. From what I was seeing in the Discord and everything over the last year or so, I mean the devs are definitely passionate. But again, also we're seeing a lot of people talking about Craftopia and people being worried about Pocket Pair because they're like, well, Craftopia is still in early access and it hasn't still fully released. So what makes people think that they're going to do this with Palworld? And I think, again, when you're a smaller dev, you're only going to move forward with things that you feel are gaining legs. I don't think Craftopia was, I remember it having a little bit of legs, but it never had these legs. No. Ever. So I would imagine, especially with the space that they're in, there is nobody else who is offering this experience. Nobody. No. And it's what I mentioned last night on Ultimate in the chat, and something that is extremely frustrating to me. And I was thinking about it a little bit, and I want to bring this here. I think it's more Nintendo's fault than Game Freak, because I don't think Game Freak is purposely saying, oh, we're just going to make a very minimal game. We're going to do very minimal things to update it. I don't think that that's the case, at least from what I've seen previously. I could be wrong. I'm not super invested in that space anymore, so people can correct me. I do think it's a Nintendo thing, because you only have so much to work with. This game is not going to work on the Switch, point blank, period. It is too demanding, even for it's not graphically impressive. It's fucking game at max settings. It has my PC sitting at about 90 frames, 90 to 100 frames.
Sure.
At 1080p.
Right. Unreal Engine 5.
Bro.
Yeah.
At fucking 1080p. Either way, Palworld has been definitely, for a game that I had some excitement for, but I was literally hyping and hoping that it was going to be something. I'm glad to see it be the one thing that I've been asking Nintendo to do for a very long time with Pokemon, because I felt like they had a better grasp on it, especially after Arceus and Pokemon Violet and Scarlet. The DNA is there. Why don't you take it a step further? And if you got hardware that's limiting you, then you're only going to do so much. And I see people continuously, fans, some people who are haters right now, saying that, oh man, they're just ripping off a Pokemon. Y'all stop investing, stop supporting this dev. This you can tell that it's direct ripoffs, and people are circling certain Pokemon and saying, look how they compare to each other. Guys, if we haven't learned anything by now, if it was really that big of an issue and Nintendo felt like they had some ground to stand on, they would have stopped this game 2 years ago. This game hasn't been hiding. People were putting this information of, oh, it's Pokemon with guns, since it was originally seen. And I can look at the characters and say, hey, I can see where they drew inspiration, but nobody can say, oh, that's a direct copy. There are some heavy similarities in some of these mons, but you can't say it's the direct copy. And I think Nintendo's going to have a really hard time. And I think Craftopia really worked in a good space. And if they continue to be smart about how they approach this, I think that they probably have a permanent space that they're going to be in for a while, I think. So it's really interesting to see, way beyond anything that I could have anticipated. Of course, it needs some work, but Pong, like, I can't even get any clarity on how big this team is. I know they're a small team. And another thing too, they're from Japan.
Right. Correct. Again, this is
all the doors.
we talked about a little bit on Ultimate last night because obviously we were talking about Palworld, and Matt was bringing
cool,
it up.
Nick.
Like this is the cool part about gaming, the industry still to this point. We talked about this as people tried to say that, gaming, is in a bad spot and all that kind of stuff. The difference between where gaming is at and some of the other big entertainment forms is that the ideas and where they can come from are still wide and diverse. Sure, your AAA games dominate. Sure, your Call of Duties, your Maddens, all that kind of stuff dominates this industry, right? Year after year. But what we do have is these smaller teams, and we've got thousands of them, right? Movies, you get indie movies, you get small time people making movies for the first time, or, early on, and they don't have big budgets, and they make an impression on the movie industry.
Yes.
But they can't find commercial success for the most part. 99.9% of the time, you're not going to see an indie movie do $1 billion at the box office, right?
Oh, not like Godzilla -1.
Right. Not like Godzilla -1, right? That's that 0.1% that show up on a smaller budget, but they still had a pretty decent budget. But you're not going to see that as often. The gaming industry, indie titles, like you're not going to see like an indie movie shot like it was shot like in the 1950s show up and crush the box office, right? The chances of that are ultra rare. Whereas in the video game industry, you see games like Vampire Survivors make a game that's 8-bit looking, right? And have wild success. You see a small studio like Pocket Pair Games come along and borrow heavily, like not even hiding it, borrow heavily from one of the most successful franchises in history, but put their spin on it, right? Put their spin on it, take it in a direction that a lot of people, I saw Yobi while you were talking about Yobi earlier said this is what Sword and Shield should have been. Take that and take a direction that they said, okay, you guys aren't going to do it. We'll do it for you. We'll just take this in a different direction, call it a different name, and voila, we have an overnight success. Even at the end of the day, even if Palworld winds up being a game that doesn't have legs, Steel, they sold 2 million copies. This isn't a free-to-play game.
$30.
At $30. They
made at least $60 million on this game.
Correct. And it didn't cost them that to do this.
No way.
So that's the difference. Is that the game industry still has this huge, giant ocean of smaller devs out here making content that at any point can compete with the big boys. There are AAA studios out there that would have loved to have said they sold 2 million in 24 hours. Hell, would have loved to have said they sold 2 million copies total of their game. And here we just have an unknown studio. Well, not unknown. They've been making games and again, Craftopia kind of gave them. Yeah. But let's say just a smaller, not a household name studio come along and grab the entire attention of the gaming world. Even if you are any part of the gaming world right now, even if you're a casual, you pop on Steam, you see Palworld at the top of the charts. You take notice.
You pop on YouTube.
What the hell? Yeah, you see it. This is the difference with the gaming industry versus other industries. When people talk about consolidation, when they talk about how horrible it is, sure, you can have that dystopian viewpoint. And there are histories, lessons that show that that's a possibility that we wind up in dystopia. But this is why I say, no, we're going to fall somewhere in the middle between utopia and dystopia. There could be bumpy roads. There could be contraction in this industry, but this smaller indie devs, kind of community isn't going away, and they're not going to stop making games, and they're not going to stop pushing things, and they're not going to stop taking risks because they can. And this is what we wind up with is huge, wildly successful out of the blue type games that really nobody could see coming. Even Steel, who was overhyping it and just laughing at it and thought it just looked freaking fun as hell, could see coming. And that's the difference with this video game industry, and shows the health of this industry and why I don't believe we're going to get to a dystopian future, because this stuff still will happen. Man, shout out to Pocket Pair Games, man. Shout out. I can't believe it.
To Babo Kumi, hopefully I said your name right. I appreciate you coming through. He says, whose Palworld gameplay is this, and how many hours have you put into it? It is mine. I appreciate you, Kumi. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. Correct me if I'm wrong, because that's just something I care for. And I have less than 8 hours in the Palworld right now. It doesn't take you very long to get get things set up. And to be quite honest, for me personally, once I start playing, I had to pull myself off last night. Because there's like, you do one thing and it's like, oh, I could do this too real quick. Oh, I could go do this real quick. Oh, let me go do a little bit of exploring. I need to get some resources because I want to build up my area a little bit. Oh, I need to get an upgrade. Oh man, I need to get this kind of mon. That's the other thing that I think that works so well also, is that the fucking mons are so intrinsically part of your experience, you're forced to use them. So it's not like, oh, they're just in my party, I got to keep them healed up. Yeah. No, they're part of your ecosystem. If you do not use them, you are going to be at a major you're completely ignoring 75% of the game. And I think that's dope, because they can mine for you, they can gather for you, they can cook for you, they can build your stuff for you. You can, because some of the stuff does take some time to make. Like, let's say you need to make a weapon. Some of the bows you got to make take a little bit of time. Especially if you try to do it yourself, you can make an upgraded bow. Let's say you just unlocked it. I'll use a better example. I just unlocked like a metal, instead of the regular pickaxe, I unlocked like a metal pickaxe. I put it in the shop, put one of my mons on it, left, came back, and it was ready. It was good. It was ready to go. And I was gone for a bit. I just that little thing was just an interesting concept to me, because it's like, who would have thought, other than myself, that this kind of shit would have worked? Again, I'm not saying that Pokemon had to do guns, or even, no, I'll even move towards the fact this is definitely more Digimon than it is Pokemon. But the reason why people keep going Pokemon, because this is not a Digimon art style. This is a Pokemon art style. And you can tell that with the character designs. That's why people keep saying that, because some people are like, I hate the fact that people keep comparing it to Pokemon like it's the only Pocket Monster game that ever existed. Sorry guys, like, this isn't Monster Rancher, this isn't fucking Digi. Like, I love those too, but there's a reason why Pokemon is like the top 3 known IPs globally. So it's like, you gotta wait things. Yobi says, split screen, yo, Steel man, I made a little base. I took out 4 of my monsters. These little MS was mining bodies and breaking it all down, putting it into my chest. Is mine? Yeah, bro. There are little bugs. Like, sometimes I'll notice that it seems like if you have too many things close together, sometimes they get stuck in animation. So like what I have to do, like, because they'll mine and then they'll gather, and I have mines that they do both. So what I'll do is, when they get stuck like that, because you'll hear a noise, it sounds like a constant. I walk in between them, and what's happening is that they're carrying so many resources that they don't know, the AI doesn't know what to do with it. Between mining, because they're like putting it down, picking it up, putting it down, picking it up, and they still have this active command for mining. So it's like the AI is confused. Again, little bugs can be adjusted. But my thing is, I walk in the middle of them, I pick that stuff up, they automatically essentially give it to me. I offload it in the chest, boom, that fixes them. I'm back doing what I was doing. Real quick, I mean, we can get into this Paul Tassi article really quickly, since we're talking about Palworld. Yeah. But Pong, if you want to shout some people out in chat real quick. We haven't done that yet, so. Yeah, no, I want to definitely shout out the chat, but we just hopped in the show. Welcome to Living Split Screen, everybody. Great to be here on a Saturday morning. Late, but great to be here. And obviously, we just did our thing and just roll into it. This is what we do here. But appreciate you all being here. Shout out to Decado
Takato, of course, in the house. He bought 20 tickets earlier to the hype train. So welcome, Takato. Thank you for being here, brother. As always, Kingfish 737. I see you in there. Of course, the OG Nixie is in the house. He said earlier he couldn't hit the like button, so he smashed it. That's what we do around here too, Nixie. Thank you for that. Tubabu Kumi, as Steele was talking to, great to see you. Glad you joined our show this morning. Thank you for being here. Of course, the legendary Yobi, who nuked the entire path forward for the hype train. He flew overhead with that stealth bomber earlier. Yobi is in the house. Much love to you, brother. Thank you for joining us this morning. Sanchez MTZ Gaming. What's going on, Sanchez? Great to see you on a Saturday. Thank you for being a part of the show. Ozzy Fan 80 is in the house. Is going Ozzy Fan. Great to have you here as always too. Who else we got in here? I'm Breezy. What's going on, Breezy? Great to have you joining us this morning as well. I hope you got your energy up right. We got Smitty Smith in the house. Salute, Smitty Smith. Thank you for dropping in here, brother. Great to have you a part of our show. E-Ranks is here. What's going on, E-Ranks? He says, Palworld made me laugh. Say, oh, that's cool. And has pissed me off all in my first couple of hours. It's hitting all the check boxes. Fun game. Yes, let's go. Actually, Guy, the one and only Lord Master Jasper's in the house. What's going on, brother? From another. Great to have you in here, sir. Game Pass Dad, of course, is in the house. What's going on, Game Pass? Been able to join us on Xbox Ultimate more to start 2024. Oh, so good to have that energy in the house. Great to see you, Game Pass. Thanks for being here, brother. Eastside Vandals here. What's going on, Eastside? We got King Chili's in the house. What's going on, King Chili's? Who else? We got Masshole 1977. What's going on, Masshole? Great to have you a part of the show. He says, who wants to buy some refudge coffee? Not me. Don't give me that refudge coffee. Brother from another, Psycho Knots is in the house. What's going on, Psycho? Great to see you, okay, brother, and great to have you a part of our show this morning. Thank you for dropping in here. Retro Nerd is in here. What's going on, Retro? The aforementioned Refudge Gaming, of course, showing his face, coming in, trying to get some of that energy for his show. What's going on, Refudge? Great to have you in here, sir. Who else? Scrolling. I don't know how far back I'm able to go, but let's see. Back from the dead again. He posted on Twitter reminding me that I wasn't here early this morning. Thanks, Back. Appreciate you, brother. Always great to see you in the chat. Thanks for joining us this morning. Who else we got in here? We got Nam Omar in the house. What's going on, Nam? We got the one and only God Emperor Sofa King in the house. What's going on, God? Let's see here. Who else? Got Def Leopard in the house. Great to see you, Def. We got Oates joining us for an early Saturday morning. What's going on, Oates? Who else we got in here? Got one of the OGs, Dan the Man Cunningham. Always great to see you, sir. I know you're lurking a lot, but always great to see you pop in here and say hi. Thank you for that. We got the Boogie Man. Boogie is in here. What's going on, Boogie? Great to have you a part of the show. As always, we got Jacob Novik. Again, another one of the OGs in here. Great to see you, Jacob. I hope you're having a great morning. Who else in here? We got... Man, who else? Let's see if I get... God, you guys talk so dang much. I say that every weekend, but it's true. It's Timmy. Timmy's in the house. What's going on? It's Timmy. Great to see you here, sir. We got Sick Slayer. What's going on? Good morning to you, sir. Good morning. We got the Sith Lord in here. He asked earlier, no Pong, and then he hit me up in the DMs and said, you okay? I'm okay, Sith. Thank you for checking in on me, brother. Lydian Masters in the house. What's going on, Lydian? Always great to have you in here. We got the Dr. Dingle Nut in the house. Dr. Dingle. Great to have you joining us this morning. Appreciate you dropping by. And that's as far back as I can go. Let's go to the bottom where everybody likes to jump in. Let's see if we had anybody jump in or if that's pretty much everybody live, raw, and uncut. We got Sin. Choo-choo, motherfucker. Choo-choo to you, Sin. Great to have you a part of the show. Scorpios in the house also saying choo-choo, motherfuckers. We got Shane G in here. Said Palworld is phenomenal. I want a Pokemon with guns. It's definitely not that. Way more a survival arc style game. Not for me, but glad it's doing so good. again, appreciate that. Shane G, like I said about Prince of Persia, not for me, but definitely could tell why so many people are loving it. That's the way to take gaming. Love it, Shane G. Thanks for dropping in here, sir. And I think that's all everybody that I can see on the list. If you are out there listening, if you're just lurking, if you're doing stuff, Saturday morning chores, honey-do lists, whatever it is, working, and you're just lurking out there, listening to me and Steele have a wild, crazy show because I show up late. We just kind of start the show. We get into a topic of Palworld right away. Really no introductions. Appreciate you all the same. Just nothing but love and respect for joining us this morning. And if you're listening to this in the future, same goes for you all as well. So, all right. So we got the chat out of the way there, Steele. You want to read the article? You want me to read the article?
Yeah, I can jump into it before I jump into that. A little bit of an update. Palworld has a 92% positive rate with over 13K user reviews. It's number one in game sales by revenue, including app purchases, microtransactions, and hardware.
Bro, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, Yobi says, I saw a dude online capture a human on Palworld, bro. You can do human trafficking on here. You can catch humans and sell. Yeah, you can do all that. You can even have them working your base and everything.
Yep.
Once you catch them, they become pals, which is
crazy.
I was not expecting that either.
And you can butcher them.
All the things that like people were like, I don't know if we should do that in the game. I don't think that. Yeah, they did it in here, and they're not hiding about it. They're like, yeah, do it.
That's
and they make it
part
cute
about
still.
being a small team. That's a part about being a small team. You can take risks.
Yeah.
You don't have the overlords looking down on you and going, no. We can't do that in our game. We can't do that in our game. You don't have those restraints. You are allowed to do what you want to do. And this is what winds up happening. People will go, yes, even if this is something I didn't think I wanted, now you gave it to me. I want it. This is awesome. This is what happens, man. It's crazy, bro. All right.
Yeah, no, definition of insane. Let's get into this article real quick by Paul Tassi here, who writes for Forbes.com. Pretty sure you guys may be familiar with Forbes. King Child says, what's the power limit? I don't know. I don't even know if there's a limit. The box that I have, like the Pokebox or whatever that you would like typically get, that you, whenever you catch Pokemon, they get sent to the box because they're overstocked. There's at least 10 pages, at least. And each page has like 40 or 50 slots in it, I think. Maybe less than that. Slow-mo backslap says, what color are these humans? You know what's funny about that? They're all hooded white figures. You're muted.
We ain't doing that, slow-mo. I saw the startup yesterday, the memes from Indiana Jones yesterday, and people saying the same damn thing about the whip. God. Oh God, you guys are all crazy. You all are crazy, man. This world is crazy at this point.
Oh shit, that is fucking hilarious. At least that's the one. That's the ones that I've seen caught. Slow-mo. Whatever people are doing purposefully, I have no control over. Oh shit, that's hilarious. I can see
we can't
people
have nice things.
That's
why we can't have nice things.
That's the only thing that's bad about when devs do things like this, is that people will abuse certain things and then paint it a certain way. I can definitely see somebody go on TikTok and be like, "Ooh, look at all my slaves," like something stupid.
We're never gonna stop human beings from being freaking dumbass human beings, all right? That doesn't mean the rest of us who play it normal can't have fun.
Yeah, exactly.
God damn.
Oh, Nick's, yes, motion sickness is the number one illness in the world. Again, I'm not going to speak negatively on that, because again, that is something that's serious for people. I don't want to play about necessarily health. What I will speak to is all the people that are saying it conveniently now. That's the one thing that I will say. It is very convenient for some to start speaking about this now when you have motion sickness in Halo.
Correct.
Do you have motion
Do we
sickness
have
in
large COD? Do we have large forums about every first person game that comes out saying, "Oh, I can't play this game because of motion sickness"? No, it started because of Indiana Jones. Come on.
And again, if we're off in that, I mean, that's fair. I can hear somebody come from that angle, but it's just weird to see this like happen in real time. I haven't seen an active conversation about this until Indy comes on screen. And again, I think I've had some thoughts for Indy. I know Pong has some thoughts for Indy. I don't really mind either way because I'm kind of neither here or there about Indy. But I do agree with some of the points that have been made about Indy as far as them doing something different. I also agree with some of the points that I do still think that they could have made a third-person game. That would have been. But also, that was me setting an expectation of what other devs sometimes do. Again, you see teams like, I can't think of why. It's right there, Pong, but I can't fucking think of it. The team that made Horizon, Zero Dawn. It's right there, and I can't fucking think of the name.
Why do you do this to me? Because you know how my brain works. I can't do spot quizzes.
Okay,
oh my, bro, come on.
It's literally right there, and I can't say it. So I'm just gonna look it up.
You can't do this.
Guerrilla Games. Fucking. I was thinking about fucking something. It was literally right there. Literally.
Anyway, I can't do on the spot shit, man.
But you can see that Guerrilla Games and other devs like Arcane typically make a certain style of game, and now they're, for example, for their Blade game, they're making a third-person games. Thank you, Guerrilla. There's people coming in through chat now.
Yeah. It's so stupid.
So it is possible, and that's just something because I know that they are a good studio, right? And I have faith in them. So I could see them putting high quality into that. But that's my own kind of expectation or whatever the case. It's not something that they had to do, right? I don't think it's going to be inherently less valuable as an example just because it's in first person versus third person. But the motion sickness thing is very funny. But we'll definitely talk about that.
Palworld is available for Xbox One. They actually got an Unreal Engine 5 game working on Xbox One.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
That's crazy.
I don't know how well it plays, but yes.
I just saw it. Wow. Okay. Yeah, if you got an Xbox One, you're not missing out.
It runs 60 FPS on Series S.
Yep. I did hear you talk about that. So
and I can see it maybe hitting 30 again. Just off the PC specs, I don't know what's possible. How much they probably have to tone down some things for the Xbox One version. But I mean, if it's playable, it's playable. I mean, that is impressive.
That's cool. Regardless. That is cool. Yeah. That's way cool.
All right, so we're gonna get into this article with Paul for Palworld from Paul Tassley of Forbes. He says Palworld is absolutely insane and actually incredible. Actually, let me pull this on over here. To be easier, so I can put it on my show stuff screen here. And of course, it didn't pop up behind me because why would it? There we go. All right. And Paul Tassi is a senior contributor. He does news and opinions about video games, television, movies, and the internet. Try to do better about that. Well, when you say people's names, at least let people know who they are in case you're new. Yep. He goes to say, I'll be honest, I was not prepared for a game best described as Pokemon with guns to be anything more than a meme. And while Palworld may be a meme, Pocket Pair's survival monster fighter is a genuinely fun experience that is tearing up the charts on Steam. Is a sudden huge boon to Xbox Game Pass and even makes players shake their heads wondering what exactly the Pokemon company has been doing the past few generations. I've been asking myself this since Pokemon Ruby, which came out in fucking mid-2000s. Early 2000s. He goes on to say, I am not a survival game guy at all. Fucking neither am I. I didn't even like Lego Fortnite. Well, I did. I played that with my daughter. I was getting into that. That was my first example right there. Much less more involved games like Valheim, which I had no interest in. But the base building and the survival mechanics are basic enough where I don't feel exhausted by them. True. And I'm actually enjoying the process. Plus, at baseline, it is very funny to have your entire base managed by animals. It's not slavery. Stop saying that. I built them a hot tub. It is so funny that people instantly go to, it's slavery. Why can't it just be a fucking ecosystem? Like, this is the fucking baseline of an ecosystem, and the first thing we go to is, of course, it's slavery.
It's 2024, of course. How many of you guys eat cow? Come on. Come on, this is real world.
It's the exact same. They literally put real life concepts in the fucking game and aren't shy about it. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Anyway. Okay, cool. And I built them a hot tub. But make sure you build them hot tubs. Helps with the channel. Yeah. I got like 4 or 5 going right now. It's nice. And he goes on to say, and it's just a wild, hilarious game. In my first day with Palworld, he beat a chicken to death with his bare fists. I experienced that. Upgraded my Firefox pal so I can carry him around like a flamethrower, which when you do this for the first time, it's fucking amazing.
I watched you live last night do that. It was fucking funny as hell.
It's fucking amazing. In Eastside Vandal, I get that Valheim is quality, but I don't have any genuine interest to play it. And because of that, I'm not, because I don't have any genuine interest, I'm not going to have a good time with it. Right. I have to have a genuine interest. I have to have something to pull me in first. It's very rare that games that I'm like, I don't know, when it pulls me in anyway. Redfall was starting to do that, and then I lost progress. So, upgraded a Ghost Pal so it floats over my shoulder. I did that and fires at enemies like a sentient turret. This, from my experience, wasn't the greatest. It attacked kind of whenever. Okay. Maybe I was doing something wrong. I don't know. Again, I can't see half the buttons I'm supposed to be pressing, so I'm just trying to hope I'm doing the best job. He said he threw an underperforming sheep pal off a cliff and replaced him in my lineup. You could do that, or you could be more resourceful and unlock the butcher knife, and then you could just slaughter him and get some meat. Right. It's stupid. He said he found an enormous shiny pal that I killed for extremely rare resources. I captured mine, but not a bad idea. And he also says, I didn't do this myself, but I saw on stream, you can actually capture humans you fight and sell or butcher them. Generally not sure if this is a bug, but yeah, wow. No, it's not a bug. That's intentional. He says, I don't even have any guns yet, so no Pokemon with guns for me is not for me just yet, but it's still blast hunting and fighting with a spear and bow. I agree. I haven't got a gun either. And I can see how it's going to be much better with a gun because, man, early on, they definitely want you to understand that the game is more so about the mons than it is about you being strong. Now, you can change it in the settings and whatnot if you want to come across stronger, but I wouldn't change it too much.
Have you flown yet, Steel? Do you got any flying Pokemon yet?
I haven't flown yet. I glide. Okay. I can glide. I haven't flown. I got a mount. I got a couple mounts. But no, I haven't flown yet. Material gathering is a bit exhausting at first, but once you figure out which pals to assign to, which task, it gets a lot better, especially when you can have them auto-farm wood and stone so you're not constantly venturing out to hack trees and rocks. I still do this. I have at 1,000 weight right now. It's the first thing I leveled up. I put most of my points into that, and I'm now putting some points into health because I need it now for sure. I just take too much health fighting certain shit sometimes. Then he goes on to say, visually, the game isn't anything too nuts. Just Unreal Engine 5 to the point where, yes, it very much does look like and play like Fortnite. I don't think it plays like Fortnite. I dislike when people do this because you have to explain this better than this. When you say it plays like Fortnite, I expect for the game to play like Fortnite. Like when I boot up Fortnite, it plays very similar. It does not play like Fortnite. It plays like Ark Survival. It plays like your survival game, the third-person survival game do. But has that Pokemon, has that monster flavor to it, right? I just think that comparing it to Fortnite, art style-wise, I can definitely see because it definitely does favor that. But it still separates itself out just enough. But it's definitely artistically in that Fortnite flavor for sure. Not as cell shading, but yeah. But the comparisons to the game, Game Freak barely attempting to make the last few Pokemon games even live up to the Switch's limited graphical potential are stark. Yes, Pokemon is a much more involved, complex monster fighter, but it looks increasingly bad with new with each new iteration. Excuse me. When he says Pokemon is a much more involved, complex monster fighter, it is as far as elements and strategy and when it comes to fighting other people. As far as the CPU, some of it, sure, maybe in that first playthrough. But most of the time, you can do very minimal as long as you're not using the same type or using a type that's the opposing monster is extremely effective against. It's kind of straightforward. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily as complex. I've seen some battles of some people who take this shit like extremely serious, and I can see how it can be complex. I do think that this game is going to have much more complexity to it because you don't control the monster's moves. You can make it attack more aggressively or less aggressively, and you can change the moves that it does, but you don't control the moves that it does. You are in control of yourself. So it's going to be positioning. How do you play that? Can you depend on your mons? How are they going to invest more in that system to give you more control? Because I do think that's something that they're going to have to work towards. And I don't think that's the other thing that I think is disingenuous too. To say that Pokemon has increasingly looked worse, I disagree with. I think Pokemon has looked better than it's ever had before. But because the type of graphics that we come to expect now, what they have on the Switch is unacceptable. If you're going to step into the 3D space, you cannot have popping the way that you did. You cannot have bare minimum textures on buildings, on your monsters, on your characters. You can't have the sharpness be as off as it is in 3D gaming. It is noticeable, and that's what makes the game look ugly. If they go back to the other art style, you can say that that's ugly. But it's hard to fight that because it is an art style. It's 2D. It's hard to be as intrusive about that, right? So again, you have to be, I try to be as objective about this entire thing, especially with me being far removed from Pokemon now. And just because I have an attachment to it doesn't mean that I can't pull myself away from it as I commonly do. But yeah, man. Palworld, he's essentially saying here is leaving room for something like Palworld to come in. That he's saying Pokemon is leaving something like Palworld to come in and eat its lunch. It put up nearly 1 million concurrent players on Steam. That is Palworld right now, ladies and gentlemen. Again, way beyond anything anybody ever expected. Everybody coming into this was downplaying it heavily. It was like, it's never going to be this. Oh man, Nintendo's going to jump on this ASAP. And again, I bring this up. Based off previous history, Nintendo's usually very quick to jump down on somebody when they feel like they're stealing something from them, an idea, whatever the case. We haven't seen a single thing from Nintendo yet. So that tells me, at least, that Pocket Pair figured something out. Yep. They're doing something different enough that Nintendo's lawyers can't come. They would have been knocked on this door, guys. Like this amount of hype that we're seeing, them continuously blowing up their player numbers. Bro, oh no, guys.
Nintendo takes down their own fans for anything on YouTube. They take down their own fan channels. Like Nintendo fans, like those attorneys are no joke. Oh, who is the girl that remixed for her song? Mario.
I don't remember.
It was. I forget her.
Newer artist. I can't remember.
I can't remember her name. They came after her. They came after her for just remixing the music. Everybody said it was going to happen. There's some reason. There's some reason why they haven't gone after Palworld yet. There is some reason. Again, creative.
They can. Yeah.
There's a lot of protections there for creatives to do similar things, obviously, but we'll see. I mean, again, who knows? I mean, Nintendo could do whatever they want to at any given moment.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, sure.
But again, for right now, they're looking like they're safe. And shout out to them. Again, shout out to a team taking a risk, taking Pokemon like 100%. Game, right? But not because it's got all these other mechanics to it, but taking it in a direction that a lot of Pokemon fans always wish that would have happened for their favorite title. And that's what they're capturing right now, Steel. They are capturing that total audience, that audience. I guarantee you, even in secret, there's a ton of Pokemon fans.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
This is what they've wanted,
playing this game.
Mm-hmm.
But then they reached out to a wider audience and said, for all of you like me who have no interest in Pokemon, we're going to add all this other stuff to give you a reason to jump in and see what's going on. And they did it again. The little bit I played, I'm like, yes, okay, I could see myself playing this game. Like I can now. We've got a billion games coming out, but
bro,
I can definitely see.
This is gonna be me until until Suicide Squad. Well, no, until Tekken first. Oh my, Pong.
Yeah, Suicide
Squad early release is the same day as Tekken.
Yeah, it is, bro. It is, bro. It is. It's gonna be tough, man. It's gonna be tough.
I mean, look, luckily it's not back in the day, so I don't see me playing Tekken all day. But the issue is time.
Yeah, time. Correct.
If I'm gonna be spending some time playing Tekken, then how I'm gonna play Suicide? Now, if me and you were both on, then of course I'm instead of playing Tekken, I'd be like, let's go play Suicide Squad.
Of course,
let's go play some Grand Blue. I mean, now Grand Blue is also. That's also very different because you got to beat the game first. But
you do have to actually beat the game.
From what because that's how you unlock missions and stuff. Throughout you playing the main game, you unlock more missions. And,
all right.
And you unlock more stuff at the end game and everything else. So it's one of those things where I think for you, where you might end up, of course, playing on the easier difficulty, but maybe when you get home from work or whatever, you might pop it on.
Right.
Maybe get a couple missions in. That's the other thing. It's also very, what I was seeing is that the mission structure for the story is it's pretty straightforward. It's not like over the top.
Yeah.
There's stuff to be found and stuff like that. But yeah, the from what I was seeing, and I could be wrong, but apparently the co-op has some things tied into the single player. You do, I believe, and again, I could be wrong, that you have to beat the single player to unlock everything for co-op. I believe.
Well, next Friday is going to be interesting. So,
it's going to be extremely interesting. Yeah.
With our new work schedule, right? If I'm strict this week, which I can be strict this week. I'll be out Friday afternoon. So then we can get some Suicide Squad in.
Oh, that'll be dope.
Early access on Friday. Yeah.
That'd be super dope. Yeah, we'll get some, record some gameplay. Maybe even go live, depending. That'd be super dope. Let me see. I just trying to go reading through what everybody's saying in here, make sure there was nothing else. Somebody did bring up something about graphics. They were saying that this game's proof that graphics isn't as important as art style in gameplay. I believe that's what they were essentially saying.
Sure.
I believe who was saying that. There was something else that I wanted to ask you about too, but I forgot about it now. It's gone. Yobi does say split screen. If they do, Nintendo will get countersued and it will come off as bullying. Nintendo didn't go after other games similar to them. And again, there's not. That was one point that other people were bringing up. Oh, look how much games copy from other games all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So is Nintendo so special that you can't do this? Nick's Suicide Squad early release. It comes out on 28th.
Yep.
It comes
26th.
out. 20 is it 26th? Right? I thought it was 28th.
26th or 28th? No, because 28th falls on a Sunday, so that doesn't.
Oh yeah, you're right. My fault.
Yeah, it should be the 26th next Friday.
So damn.
Yeah.
Or is it the 29th that it's early?
Because Tekken 8 is the 26th.
Okay, Tekken 8 is 26th. I don't know why I was confusing that. 6s, 8s, whatever. Same difference. Not really. 29. Decado said 29.
29, so that would be Monday?
Yeah, that's a Monday.
Okay.
So I think it's only a few days. Early access. They did it on the 26th, that would be fire.
It would. Yeah, that makes
more
sense.
Case,
their actual date is the 2nd, right? So early release is usually 3 days prior. So yeah, it would make more sense to be Monday.
So Monday,
the 29th. Yeah, Monday the 29th.
Ooh, that gives me a little bit of space.
Yeah, you got a little time for Tekken 8.
Nick says, you mean like early access for those who pay for it? Yes.
Yeah.
That's early access for people who pay for it.
Correct.
So yeah, so the Tekken 8 is definitely this week, this upcoming week.
Yep.
That's what I'll be doing on Friday. So if anybody wants to come through, hang out, maybe enjoy that for a bit, get some rounds in. I'm probably going to be playing that for most of the weekend. That's going to be my weekend game. You're probably going to end up getting gameplay for that. That will be the one thing that makes me put Palworld down for at least a bit. And Palworld might be my in-between game. I can't, fucking the rotation is mean right now.
Yep.
Good Lord.
Yep. It's about to be bad. It's about to be really bad. But that's so cool because now with my new hours, I get home a little bit earlier. I go to bed earlier, but I get home earlier. So you and I should be able to get some Suicide Squad in for sure. So cool. Yeah. Palworld is the deal right now. That was a great discussion. I mean, us doing our normal and just jumping into it. But Palworld, I mean, again, you can't ignore it right now. This is what the hype train can do for games. Again, I'm sure there's a lot of people checking it out just because it's at the right price point.
$30 is almost like
nowadays it's a throwaway game. Even if you say, okay, I'm going to get a couple weekends out of this thing with my friends, even if it doesn't stick with me, it's an easy buy. $30 is an easy buy for a lot of people, especially a game of this depth where you're going to put some hours into it no matter what. You said it took 5 hours just to get through the tutorial or so.
Yeah, listen, for me. Yeah.
And people realize that now. And again, you can justify your purchase price however you do, but a lot of people justify purchase price on game time. And I think this game instantly offers you enough where most people are just going to be like, yeah, I'm going to get an easy, 10, 15, 20 hours out of this game, even if I don't keep up with it. Mm-hmm. And for $30, it's worth the time to have some fun with my buddies or by myself. Even it's worth it. And that's just the people buying it. Obviously we've got the whole Game Pass side of this, which is a huge W for Xbox. Again, they've missed out on big games like Genshin Impact and stuff from the East, which Phil has talked about openly. This could be
it's
that
not on
game.
Mobile, but
No, it's not mobile, but it could be that game if it has legs where it's big enough where it does make an impression. Like people sit up and take notice. Oh, this is on Game Pass. Oh, I can get this on PC Game Pass too. Okay. This is just another added value to the ecosystem at the end of the day. So we'll see how long this lasts. There's a billion games coming out this year. There's a billion games from last year that people have to play. There's other games coming into early access very shortly here. Nightingale, which is a game from ex-BioWare devs I've seen final previews go out. That goes into early access in February. People are saying the quality level here for a survival RPG is obviously ex-BioWare. You can tell through and through. People are really loving what they're playing in Nightingale. We'll see if that can capture people in early access. There's a lot of different options out there for people, but Palworld has that lasting quality, I think, with the type of game it is and with the style that it's in. And again, because it is got that Pokemon feels in some way, maybe it sticks around for a long time still. Maybe it just does. Maybe it's that one. This is
giving me Grounded feels, man. How Grounded started off.
That too.
And then, I mean, it didn't blow up like this. But what Grounded is today with all the updates they got, and if this follows a very similar path, within a year, there's going to be all this addition, bro. If this is the baseline, and I'm not even close to the middle of whatever this game is. It's just fucking insane. Nick says, I don't know why I thought Suicide Squad was a fall release. Damn, Suicide Squad, Tekken 8, and Like a Dragon coming up. And Like a Dragon's in there. It's not a game for me, but it's not only that. Nick, we brought it up. It's Tekken 8, Suicide Squad, Helldivers.
Helldivers 2,
and then Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, and then you bring up Like a Dragon. Bro, these are games that I got to pay out of pocket for.
Yeah.
These aren't Game Pass games.
I'm budgeted, bro. This is blowing a lot of budget out to front. Like I said, those 4 are in. Like a Dragon's gonna have to wait for a sale. I down the road. There's nothing I can do about it. Nothing I can do about it. So, but those 4 steel that you named, and a lot of that is co-op gameplay.
I can't remember the last time that this happened.
Yeah, like
where you had like big titles, bro, in a week and a half.
Yeah,
I don't even remember the last time back to back.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do about this? Nobody's clearing out. Everybody's just like, nope, we're releasing. Nope.
Yep.
We're ready.
Yep.
It's fucking crazy.
Mavs buying all 4. So, again, it's a lot of people are in that position this time. I haven't done this in a while where I've just said, yeah, I'm all in. I'm doing all 4. We're going to have a blast, bro. We're going to be playing a lot together because my normal downtime after work, I'm going to be like, yeah, no, I got to get some co-op in with Steel. We got too much to play. We got to get this done.
There's going to be way too much to jump into. I'm like, fuck, man, gotta hammer these things out. Yes. Nick says Helldivers 2, I'm in there day one, and they got crossplay in there too. That's something else that's also going to be really dope. So hopefully Helldivers catches some legs too when it drops. I see a lot of people downplaying it.
PlayStation fans do it. Yeah. I'm hoping.
Let's see what happens. Well, I think what we'll do before I get into because I think I'll get into my little graphics conversation after we get into our Dev Direct. I think that'll be the perfect time to jump into it. First, we'll start off
upcoming
with
week of games.
We'll do the upcoming games first, and then go from there. Nick says PC Peep Suicide Squad early access is nearly 20% off on GMG. Good. What is that? Good Morning Games. Good Morning Games.
GMG. Okay. Because I think I'm pretty locked in the console on Suicide Squad. I think pretty locked in. I don't know.
I mean, either way,
I haven't decided.
I'm about to look into that.
Yeah.
After the way they play it on PC, it's just
crazy. I know.
It felt good, but I mean, I get it. You gotta do what's gonna be best. Again, hey, and again, whenever you're ready, we get you set up.
Yeah, no, I gotta get it hooked up. Yeah, hooked up to the big screen and roll from there. So, yeah.
I'll be honest though, it does depend on you because again, when you hook up to a 4K TV, there's gonna be things that you got to consider. Yeah, at least performance wise.
Well, I mean, I'm cool with the
1440p, but
I'm cool with the upscaling for 1440. Like that really doesn't bother me so much, right? So it's just the ease of using what we got going on. What we got going on? Oh, good God! Did the hype train chat? The Splitters hype train at Mach 6.5. I hope you're all hanging on because we just got an announcement overhead. We were going so fast, so early that nuke that Yobi dropped earlier, right? That cleared out the room for the track. We're already running out of room on the tracks. We're already headed towards a forest. And so Ducato saw that. So on the overhead, on the hype train, there was an announcement just made, folks. Ducato said, attention, please, Splitters hype train. I don't know. Ducato sounds like this. He probably doesn't sound like attention, please, Splitters. I'm flying overhead in my stealth bomber, and I noticed we're running out of track already, folks. We're headed towards a forest, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna hit Mach 8.5 on my stealth bomber, and I'm gonna get ahead of this train. And I'm going to clear out the forest so we can lay some new track. That's right. Ducato came overhead and he dropped another nuke on the world ahead and cleared some room for some new tracks. That's right. He also, on his way overhead, happened to drop a big bag of coal. So we are now up to Mach 8, folks. We're going to mash that stealth bomber. He cleared it out. We're laying new tracks. He dropped $100 nuke. I'm not even gonna call it easy because when you drop $100, it ain't easy. It ain't easy nuke.
Shaq.
This is it, man. This is it. He cleared out some room for us. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Choo choo. He said towards the end of month madness. Yo, Ducato. All seriousness, all love. Never expected. Always appreciate. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Not ever. Again, you guys are killing me internally. I got to do my spiel, but my God, nothing but love and respect. Again, this goes for everything. It's never, this is just, it's so appreciated. Also, I just can't say enough about this community and about everybody here. And again, it doesn't matter if you're giving us layups or getting the hype train up to Mach 8.0, or if you're just sitting here chilling with us and giving us your time. It all means the same, but extra.
Bro,
Y'all are gonna make
I'm
me
telling you,
go off
we
camera.
need an energy sponsor, bro. Like I don't know. And look, I greatly appreciate you guys, and Yobi with the hundo bomb.
You're gonna make me go off. You're gonna make me go off camera. Listen up, chat. We have another announcement. Yobi came overhead and said, attention, please. Splitters aboard the hype train. We have a problem. We know that Ducato just cleared out that forest that we were headed towards, but we are now up to Mach 8.0. And I just got word from the two engineers at the head of this, Steele and Pong, that we are actually headed towards Mach 10 on this Saturday morning. So we got a problem because that forest that was just nuked, well, beyond that, we've got a whole mountain sitting there. And so guess what, folks? That's not going to work out at Mach 10.8. We're going to reach that thing and we're going to crash. So I'm coming overhead. I just refueled up my stealth bomber. Here's some coal. Get that sucker into Mach 10.0. Get that furnace burning. But strap up. You're going to have to actually hang on to that 4-point harness at this point so you don't fly off the train, because I got to nuke this mountain. So we got clear skies ahead, or clear land ahead, I should say. The legendary Yobi comes in here with another $100 nuke bomb super chat and says, nuked drop Mach 100 peace, love life, love LSS. Who did it better than y'all? Nada. Much love. That's appreciate right, that. Yobi dropped the nuke on that mountain. We are clear. We are laying tracks, folks. No ads here. The goal remains 69. Don't think you're getting extra credit. I was given extra credit over in PM to PM because the goal actually has a number over there, but not here. It's 69. Everybody's favorite number in the world. Wink, wink. That's right. No coffee, no ads. The nukes are dropping on an early Saturday morning with Living Split Screen. The Splitter hype train has now hit the Mach 10. That's how we do in 24. Thank you, Yobi. Again, y'all killing me, man. I can barely keep it together.
Yobi, he says, what the fuck man? You doing, Steele?
Again, it just means the world that you all come here and just join us every Saturday. Just so appreciative. You guys are unbelievable. Just nothing but love, all of you. Yeah.
The amount of love, the amount of appreciation, man. Again, it's definitely not. It's definitely not expected.
And I got a lot of empty space in that heart. That just means the world to me. Bold Alpha Wolfpack says, I just heard that message. We are now Mach 10.0 on the Splitter hype train. And he said, we don't have enough people aboard. We got people towns ahead that are just waiting to jump on. We got to add some more cars, Steel and Pong. We got to add some more cars to this Mach 10. There are people out there, lots of them, who have never experienced the hype of Mach 10. I'm going to get them on board because I'm going to come in here with a nice 10 dunk. He got on the court and he dunked it. He said, I'm buying 10 more tickets to this train. Get those cars lined up. As we fly through these towns at Mach 10, they're going to have to jump about an hour ahead just to make sure that they hit this train right and get on board. That's right, Ducato with the easy 10 bomb in here. Let's go, Ducato. Thank you so much. We might have to push this train beyond its limits today. Mach 10 is all this train was rated for. But on Living Split Screen on a Saturday morning on a January 20th in 2024, we're going to push it to Mach 10.25. We're going to see, just like Tom Cruise did in Top Gun, just like Maverick did in the latest Top Gun, whether or not we can push it a little bit further here on Living Split Screen. Thank you, Ducato, for adding 10 more people to the Split Screen hype train. Choo, choo, motherfuckers. In fact, choo, 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 motherfuckers, for all of this. Thank you all. Thank you all. Appreciate you.
Paul, can you hear me?
Steel, are you still with me? Paul, I can't hear you because my earpiece fell out during my whole thing, and I have no idea what anybody's saying.
Okay. Oh, okay. I was just making sure.
How you guys just killed me.
I was making sure that like I didn't die.
I thought you did because I didn't hear anything, but that's what you guys just did. Yeah, I literally did not realize my earpiece had fallen out.
Like, ladies and gentlemen, y'all, I don't think you understand like the type of support that you guys bring out here. Again, I know we're not the biggest channel. I know we haven't grown like exponentially or whatever the case. We've been doing this slowly. Again, no guests, no nothing. Just me and Paul hammering it out, talking about the industry. Mainly because we do end up having longer shows, and I don't want to sit here for 6 hours sometimes without eating. You know what I mean? So you get some snacks and whatever in some moments. But the fact that you guys appreciate it, most of you guys are here like the entire time. It's actually made me realize that YouTube isn't always the most accurate as far as like, and maybe you guys will even come back, which is also very great. Again, that's why we typically timestamp stuff. That's why we understand what we're doing here, right? And we also understand that it's not perfect. But the one thing that I also understand is just there's no better energy on a Saturday morning than right here on Living Split Screen. Nobody is talking about games the way that we talk about games. Nobody is bringing the energy, live, raw, uncut, preaching that golden age of gaming talk, talking about what's happening in the industry from that RTS perspective, real-time strategy for those who don't know, and give you that ECP that we talk about. There's reasons why I've coined these terms, because they are literally the foundation of what Living Split Screen is built off of. And we greatly, I beyond appreciate you guys being here every time that I look over, and I try not to look at the numbers and whatnot, because that's not what really matters to me. I mean, of course, I would love to do this for you guys on a daily. We get paid for it. Me and Palm would love to quit our day jobs and be like, you know what? We'll do content, we'll stream, we'll break it down, do all this great stuff, have more time to really focus in on this. But the fact you guys been tuning into the streams, you support us on every Saturday morning. It's nothing but love and appreciation. We got about 20 episodes until we end up starting season 4.
Crazy, bro.
It's been a hell of a journey. Much appreciated to everybody who's been locking in chat. And man, hopefully just continues to roll. And again, like I always say, if anybody has suggestions about maybe some things that you don't like, some things that you do like, or maybe you just want to throw your input in on anything that's going on in here at Living Split Screen, I can send it. You can send it to the email. I can drop that in chat. But just hit us up, whether it be YouTube, hit us up in the comments down below. Audio listeners, same thing for you. Spotify, Apple, wherever you're checking this out at. Hit the comments down below. Let us know. Hit that review. Hit the like button for us. That's what's really going to help us. Well, we're gonna change some things going into this year and see what we can do. Maybe we might get some people on again. We've been trying, getting together with our Saturday morning brothers is something that we've been thinking about, talking about doing for quite some time. And it's a timing thing. It's a time thing, guys. And I don't want it just to be thrown together and everybody trying to. I want us to be able to hammer it out. It's a timing thing, but. Greatly appreciate you guys. Much love. But, Palm, I think we got to get into these upcoming games. Before we get into the Dev Direct that happened this week, that, again, a lot of interesting and passionate conversations have jumped off from that. Let's see what's upcoming in this game list.
That's right. Let's do it. So we are coming up on the week of January the 22nd. That's right, starting out the 22nd, and we're going to start with the 23rd on PC. We've got a game called Graven coming out. That's right, Graven is an action game from 3D Realms and Fulcrum Publishing. Wow. Developed by Slipgate Ironworks. Okay. Interesting.
It's an action game? Okay.
Spiritual successor to Hexen 2. It's a first person. It's a spiritual successor to Hexen 2.
Y'all been talking about Hexen, so maybe,
okay.
I don't think anybody knows this is probably supposed to be that.
No, nobody did, obviously, because, okay. All right, Graven, coming to PC. Check that out. You Hexen fans out there, I'd count myself as a Hexen fan, too. Interesting. I might have to check that one out. Again, I got too much. So I'm just saying I got to maybe put it on the list. Then we got Howl coming to PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series consoles on January the 23rd as well. This was previously released back on November 14th, 2023 on Switch and PC. So it is now finally hitting current gen consoles. It is a strategy game from published by Astragon Entertainment, GmbH. It sounds like some type of supplement I would take, but it is not. And then it's by Me Games. Okay. Interesting. You know me in strategy games, but we've got so many. But how? Okay. All right. Check that out. And then we got Immortality. Of course, this was a console exclusive to Xbox. Everybody, how should I put this? I know how I should put this. It's not like it's difficult, but again, I don't know how to explain this game to you. Okay. If you guys have not looked at them, this won a ton of awards. Okay. This is live action. It's a live action game. Okay. So everything is real actors, right? And it's a detective game in which you're trying to figure out what happened to this actress. And you skip forwards and backwards in time. She's missing. You see her go on to talk shows. They've spliced her into like Johnny Carson from back in the day. The actress, and I forget her name, I actually follow her on X too. She's phenomenal. She's a gamer. She does streams and everything. She does it not like Call of Duty stuff. She does stream. She streams different games and stuff. She's a gamer, but she's a amazing actor, but all the actors in this are great. But you got to kind of filter through all these clips of her on set doing movies.
Okay.
Like I said, doing like talk shows, her just in real life with her friends. And you can skip around anywhere and you're trying to piece together clues. So when you go into a clip, you watch the clip and then you kind of scroll through and you try to find different clues that you can highlight. Right. And then when you highlight that clue, and you zoom in on it, then it takes you to another clip somewhere else. And you're trying to find out. 3-Bit absolutely loves this game. I played it for probably, 4 or 5 hours. I was just so enthralled with the acting and the story and what was going on. Didn't finish it, of course, because I don't finish games. I'm, getting a grazer. But this was in Game Pass, right? So I did try it out. Highly recommend this game. Immortality is a freaking awesome game. So if you haven't played it, you got PlayStation 5, you want to jump into something different, jump into this game. I just can't say enough about it. It's really, really dope. So go check that out. Yeah. It's crazy. It's really strange. It's man, it's crazy. It's from Half Mermaid Productions. I wish 3-Bit was in the chat right now because he could give me the guy who created it. He's done a bunch of other games like this. Just a really 3-Bit loves these types of games. So yeah, go check that out. And then what do we got coming up next? We got the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney trilogy coming to PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, PC on the 25th from Capcom, of course. This has a passionate fan base. I like Ace Attorney games. I think they're fun. I think they're great. They are fun.
A lot of people say that. So
yeah. The story is fantastic in it.
Gotta be
straight up Capcom, straight up Eastern flavor stuff. It's just cool games, man. So go check that out if you haven't already. And then we got Hidden Through Time 2, Myths and Magic coming PlayStation 5, Xbox Switch, and PC. What is this?
No, it's a puzzle game. I thought
puzzle game, Rogueside. I'm
thinking about something else.
Okay. So this came out October 5th, 2023 on PC. It is finally hitting consoles on the 25th of January from Rogueside. It is a puzzle genre type game, Hidden Through Time 2, Myths and Magic from Rogueside. And then we've got Hitman, Blood Money, Reprisal. Shout out to IO Interactive. Shout out to Hitman series, a game that I wish I spent more time in, a world I wish they did such a great time. But Blood Money Reprisal is coming to Switch. So they're bringing it to Switch. It dropped into iOS and Android, so mobile side of things, obviously. Last November, it is hitting the Switch on the 24th. Perfect game for the Switch. Hitman fans, if you got a Switch, go check it out for sure. I will support IO Interactive forever, even if I don't play their games enough like I should. I used to play Hitmans all the time. And I love the new Hitmans, and I love how they rolled everything into one. It's now a platform, and they updated all the older games. You got all the old levels in current gen gorgeousness, and man, polished. IO Interactive puts out polished game. I love the Hitman series. I just wish I had more time to put into them. But anyways, go check that out. Hitman Blood Money Reprisal on Switch. And then, as we talked about, Steel, a game that I definitely would be jumping into, a game that if the other games that we already named weren't all dropping, I would be picking this game up for sure. It's just that this is the one that's going to fall off and have to wait. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, January 26th. Of course, from RGG Studios, of course, as everybody knows, famous for the Yakuza series. Like a Dragon is now the new name that they're going forward. Again, I hate the naming conventions here that they decided to go with because it's very confusing. But anyways, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth looks cool as shit. They've got a whole section in there where you actually can build out an island business. Like I can't tell you how crazy these games are, but Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth is going to be big for them. I know it's going to hit. Now they did do
Sega's cutting deals, man, too. That's the other thing. They're cutting deals, podcasts, and
hey, who knows?
It's crazy.
But they did do a thing, Steel, with this one. I don't know if you heard. They've done this in the past. They got massive backlash in Japan when they tried this last, but they've locked New Game Plus behind the deluxe edition. This does not make any sense to me. Yeah. Behind the deluxe
So you're telling me you got to pay extra
for New Game Plus?
$10 extra for New Game Plus?
Yeah. They're trying it again. So,
I would tell people do not fucking support this game, man. That's stupid as fuck. That makes no sense. You're literally locking a mechanic of the game behind a
replayability factor of the game, which keeps people engaged in the game. You're locking that behind a $10. So anyways,
is it a big deal? I mean, it's $10, but
no,
I think it's a big deal as far as like expectation goes.
We'll see if they get massive backlash again, because again, the last time they tried this, they got massive backlash and they had to walk it back. So we'll see. But again, that just came out this week. That was
backlash. Why would you do it again?
Because I don't know. I don't. Again, to me, it doesn't matter because I'm never interested in New Game Plus. I know there's a whole thing around it, but I'm never interested in it.
Not in that game, but as long as it takes the first time, that's what I've heard. But still, that's still like, it's not new weird content. I played through the content already.
Right.
Even if there's new shit that happens, it's in the game already.
Yeah. Right.
I mean,
let me check real quick and see if there was any updates. I didn't keep track because I was so busy at work this week. Once that hit, I was let me see if there's any
that is so weird.
Yeah, let me see if there's been
Why are you spending the money to have them to market your shit on podcasts and different YouTube channels and stuff like that if you're going to do something that literally makes no sense? You could have took that $10 and made a cosmetic out of it if it's really that serious.
It's not just $10, it's $15, Steel, by the way.
15? So for the price of Game Pass, I could get New Game Plus.
Yeah. Yep. No, there has been no update. It is all the articles are saying, yep, it's locked behind the $15 DLC. Yep.
Sega, this isn't going to work for your super game strategy. I just want you to know that.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how many people are actually looking to play New Game Plus on Like a Dragon. I don't know how much attention this will get. It is the principle of it, right? That's what I'm saying. I just don't know if there's gonna be enough backlash this time around. But yeah, it is. All the articles are still saying that that's legit what's happening. So yeah.
Oh, you can play the game again. You just won't get New Game Plus.
Right.
Why?
Oh wow.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't expecting to hear that. I was.
Yeah, I know a lot of people don't know that because again, the last time they tried it, they got backlash in Japan, huge, and they pulled
I didn't even
it
know they
back.
did it before.
But
That's
this
crazy.
time, yeah. So, anyways, so there's that. So yeah, Like a Dragon though is definitely on my list for this year's games. I love Like a Dragon. I can't wait. So I will play it at some point. And then of course, Steele and I had the conversation about this already. We've been talking up this game. The more I see of Tekken 8, again, I don't buy fighting games day one. Legit. That goes all the way back to like probably I'm trying to think.
Bloody Roar days or after?
After Bloody, yeah, probably started in the PS2 generation where I stopped buying fighting games day one, except for Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur, I bought day one, but I stopped even buying Soul Calibur day one, right? After a while. So for me to say that I'm picking up Tekken 8 day one, and I'm picking up the big edition because I want all the new characters that they drop in because that's what I love. I'm probably gonna get the big edition. I've been locked in. So
I'll probably,
but yeah,
I'll probably
8,
end up getting it. But yeah, we'll see.
I just know that I'm going to wind because I'm buying it. Normally I wait for, this is why normally because I only do it single player. I don't get into the whole competition thing. I just want to play the story. I just want to have fun with all the characters and get in and beat up a bunch of AI with button mashing. That's all I want to do.
And they got a lot of that here now too.
They got a lot of that. So I normally just wait because then they get the full additions later on, right? For super cheap. Yeah. Again, I picked up Mortal Kombat and Tekken 7 for like a combined like $20 for the complete ultimate editions between the two. Like, dumb cheap. So normally with my budget, I don't need it. But watching Tekken 8 and experiencing the demo, like this is Tekken's back. Tekken is back and probably even better than before. Again, there's whispers that this could be game of the year type quality with the story and everything they've added to Tekken. I'm all in. I want to play this day one. So Tekken 8, January 26th, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC. Looks absolutely gorgeous and plays from the demo so well. It feels so good. So good I can't wait. Yeah.
Raymond Haverfield says, does Tekken usually have a good story mode? I'm on the fence of getting MK1 or Tekken 8, depending on which one has the more interesting story. This time around, I would definitely probably tell you to go Tekken 8. For sure. And I'm also would tell you that unless you have, because a little bit about me, just in case, I'm not the Street Fighter dude. I don't like the side scroll. I don't like that 2D fighting style. I hate that. My furthest I'll go is Mortal Kombat. That's like, I just hate that side scroll fighting shit. I like to be able to sidestep and move. But I'm spoiled because of games like Soul Calibur and Tekken. So I will be honest and tell you that it's going to be a biased opinion, but I can also give you a biased opinion backed up by facts. From what I have seen from out of Tekken 8, they are literally making this the most accessible fighting game on the market today. Way more accessible than Street Fighter 6 even. Mm-hmm. I see people having this conversation about, Tekken, Street Fighter is bigger than Tekken 8. I don't know, a bit bigger than Tekken. I don't know about that. Maybe back in the day for sure. But bro, the amount of things that Tekken is doing this time around, especially if you're a single player gamer or you don't really want to fight online, you can still get an online experience without ever playing online. If they truly do everything that they're doing with the ghosts, and I don't have any reason to doubt, because Tekken has always been good work from my experience. From everything that I've seen, the fact that you can go to the leaderboards and download some random person's ghost and fight them without ever going online is amazing. The fact that they literally put you in, the story is supposed to be top notch from top to bottom too. The storytelling, each character has their own perspective of the story. That's traditional Tekken 2. Tekken also, so it's like you get that part of it. 32 different perspectives at least for gameplay. And then you also have the training mode, the new training mode, which is essentially like a offline mode where it's just like it's your avatar story now. So now it's like you're training, learning how to play as your character, whatever character that you pick. Maybe it's multiple characters. You're learning the baseline of the game now also. You're learning more of the mechanics. It's kind of spoon feeding you how to become decent at Tekken. Before we know it, Pone might say, man, I was a button smasher at Tekken, but I got this one character. They showed me how to do a couple moves, and I mean, I'm pressing some buttons. I'm still bashing them, but I'm pressing some buttons I know that do some things. And they've also, not only that, but like Street Fighter, they've also added an additional quality of life feature for people like Pong, who it makes it easier to pull off combos, right? I know some enthusiasts may be like, oh man, why did they do that? I saw enthusiasts for Street Fighter say they actually liked that system.
Sure.
That it actually made it more engaging for them. They didn't have to work as hard. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes, not everything, sometimes it's okay just to be able to win off of using some skill and just having some knowledge about the game and not having to break your back every day to learn every level of this game, frame timing. I'm not the frame time dude. I don't know if I'll ever be the frame time dude. But I do like to throw hands, right? So shout out to Tekken 8. It's extremely exciting to see. It looks like, I think this game is going to be at least a 9 when it drops, bare minimum. I'm super excited for it. If this game, this is the reason I can't play. I cannot go back and play Mortal Kombat 1 because I'm too excited about playing Tekken 8. This is the fighter that I want to play right now. Nothing else. So shout out to Tekken 8.
Shout out to Tekken 8. And of course, I've already got, I love to play with all the characters, but you know, Law has always been my character because I'm a huge Bruce Lee fan. I don't care. That's why I play him. I love him. So I will definitely be getting a lot of gameplay in with Marshall.
Tekken volleyball. There we go. That's all it's missing. Tekken beach volleyball.
No, we need.
No, there's nothing like. No, you need that Dead or Alive, because Dead or Alive. How it separated itself from Tekken. Yeah. Although it feels weighty in a different way, along with the jiggle physics. Along with the jiggle physics.
Tekken 8 is definitely the heavy fighter. That's what I call it. It's the heavy fighter. Every single hit feels like a freaking 1,000 pounds. Like it's crazy. I love that, man. I love that.
Yobi says, I'll see you on the battlefield for Tekken 8. Challenge accepted. Hey, man, I'll be there. As long as you don't get too salty about who wins or whatever the case might be. Hey, that's all good to me, because I'm not the smack talker, though. I don't talk smack to people unless they start talking smack to me. You know, it's just not me. But Mav says, I'm excited too, Steve. I appreciate that. With the blue loot boxes in chat. I see y'all. Kumi says, Steel, speaking of throwing hands, who you got for the fight tonight? Strickland or DDP? I would, because I'm not as invested in fights and stuff as I used to be. I'd probably say DDP because it's just a more recognizable name for me. I don't know if Strickland's better or not. I'm just going to go by the recognizable name. I could be off on that. You know, don't listen to my prize picks decisions. I just put it out there. Hey, but if you know something better than I do, Kumi, hey, I am 100%. I want to start a channel where like we could do like prize picks and all this other stuff and help each other win a shit ton of money. There has to be people doing this because people are making way too much money off of these fucking what is that? DraftKings and all that.
Because you only see the wins, Steel. You never see the losses.
That is true. That is true.
But that's why, bro.
But there's been some people who like when you can bet on like is that prize picks that where you can like bet over unders and stuff like that, and if you go under you get over or whatever. Depending on how that shit works, I've seen some people get together and make a dumb amount of money off of that shit. But Yobi says, win, lose, or draw, it's about having fun. We're gonna throw a little smack talk in there. It reminds me of my brothers. That's how I feel about it. It's supposed to be like that co-op, that split screen, like that couch co-op kind of experience when you had your buddies come over, y'all throw some hands, maybe get a little smack talking. Now, to be fair, depending on how we used to call it something different. I'm not gonna say what it is now because it's offensive. But I'll call it this. In fighting games, I feel like there's unwritten rules. Like there's certain things, like when people like overly juggle you, which I like the fact that they adjusted it in here. When people do these long juggle combos in Tekken 8, they actually have it set up to where people do less and less damage the longer they try to juggle you. I like that. But certain people that play like that, back in the day, we used to tell people you stop fighting like a bitch. Stop fucking fighting like you're just gonna sit here and juggle me all day. That's what you're gonna do. You're not gonna fucking fight for real. Oh, I am fighting. No, you're being a bitch. That's what.
Part of the game. Part of the game.
No,
they put it in the game.
You're being a bitch.
Jesus.
Stop fucking juggling me. Stop juggling. Fight me for real. Fight these hands.
Get good, Steel. Get good.
That just used to be there's just certain moves like Eddie. Stop fucking doing the low sweep. Stop. I know it's faster than every fucking other character. Stop. Yeah, this used to be funny. I miss fighting games back in the day, man. Shout out to Tekken 8 again.
Shout out to Tekken. That's it for this week in gaming, by the way.
Yeah.
That is this it.
Nice.
That's it. That's it.
All right. Well, this week in gaming is over. Yeah. JB 1521 said that's how those Evo events go. I know. That's what I'm saying. Bruh. Fighting game community is toxic as fuck. I just want y'all to know that. Yobi says some dude online did that to me in MK11. So one round I whipped his ass, gave him some props, and started being a bitch. I humbled him in front of his girl. Cowards. Hey, people do that. Yeah, in Tekken 8, the juggles aren't as long. And again, people don't want to juggle you if they can't kill you within that one juggle. So I think they did some right things. But anyway. Nick says, I used to say that. My ending comment used to be, stop doing that because that's what bitches would do. That's exactly how those fights used to go. Like Ryu with the fucking Hadouken all the fucking time, shooting fucking balls across it. You don't stop being a fucking bitch and fight me. So weird. No, we had a lot of fucking testosterone when we were fucking young. Especially, but when we were playing those fucking games, goddamn right. We were fucking on each other. We were ready to throw some hands over these fucking fighting games. For real. This would be so fucking great. Anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there was something special that happened this week, and that was a developer direct. Now,
I'll be right back.
You good. Some had the expectation that the developer direct was supposed to be a E3 type event, E3 level event, or a Gamescom level event, or maybe even a Jeff Keighley Game Award type of event. I saw a lot of people who were extremely disappointed about the developer direct, and let me actually go ahead and pull this up on screen for you guys. Pull it on my show stuff screen here. Yeah, some people were saying that the developer direct was extremely mid. We did get Aura, History Untold, which is like a grand strategy game. Avowed, Visions of Mana, Hellblade 2, got some more of that, and then Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Now, I don't know what people were expecting. Again, there were some people in the chat who were like, oh, this is boring, this, that, and other thing. Oh, they're not showing nothing. I want to start out by saying it's a developer direct, with the key word being developer direct. Actually, I think that this developer direct was even better than last year because they literally focused in directly, hey, dev game, talk about it. They talked about Aura a little too long in my opinion, but dev game, they're talking about it. And again, the biggest thing for me is that you can see the passion oozing from the devs as they're getting into it, especially the Indiana Jones devs. They were like excited about the game. So that gives me some hopefulness about it. Now, this article that I'm going to be going over is from news.xbox.com. It's official, directly from Microsoft himself. So that's something to keep in mind. Ooh, excuse me. So it's going to be a good year for Xbox players. From the Developer Direct show. They provided deep dives into 5 new games launching across Xbox Series X, S, PC, PC, Game Pass, and cloud, all of which will arrive later in 2024. Development teams at Xbox, Bethesda, and even one of our third-party partners invited us into their studios to showcase extended gameplay, reveal key information, and more. From the games that I mentioned, we found out more about each one. Members of each development team gave us a look into their creation with new information and offered a tantalizing glimpse of what's to come this year. All four, which now we know at least 5 of these games, will arrive on day one with Game Pass and will contribute to what's going to be another huge year for our members, delivering incredible games throughout 2024. Plus, in a special surprise, we heard from this team at Square Enix to learn a lot more about Visions of Mana. New mainline entry for the Mana series in over 15 years in its debut on Xbox platforms. With participation from developers on 3 continents, it was truly a global show. Now, for me personally, the developer direct was a 7. More so a 7.5. Reason being, nothing at the show spoke to me personally. Now, that doesn't mean that I hate these games. I think they're stupid. They shouldn't have any existence, and it makes no reason why they showed these games. Does not mean that at all. Aura, again, the time thing. Also, I'm just not into those types of games, so it's not on the list for me. Avowed, with it being first person, I'm typically not the Bethesda dude anyway. I am interested in the aspect of it having a world where the decisions truly matter. Again, from what I saw from New Vegas, that was kind of my expectation of that's what Bethesda does. Come to find out, they don't do that in every game, but it does seem like Obsidian are the ones that are like, they got the playbook for that. They know how to make it matter. From what we saw, I thought it at least presented itself better than what we saw last time from Avowed, right? Avowed was more so in line with what we saw originally. The main key art that everybody said looks better than what we've gotten from the game now. I think it looks closer to that original vision that they got, that they were trying to pitch to us. Now, does that mean it's more for me or not? No. But it doesn't mean that I can't at least acknowledge what the game is presenting for it. I do have some questions about the game's AI. Again, this is a me thing more than anybody. AI is a major thing for me. Even in Palworld, the AI, I'm hoping is just a connection thing, server thing right now. That's causing an issue. The AI could be off sometimes. Not so much for the Mons, more so for the humans. Starfield. The AI was almost a make or break thing for me because of my interaction with it. If you're going to include it part of my game, it's supposed to be part of my experience, it needs to work pretty seamlessly. Not have my character running into a wall, into a corner, not doing the things that they're supposed to be doing. Those are turnoffs for me. Again, along with finding out that the world's not truly connected in the way that I was hoping. But nonetheless, the team at Obsidian and Avowed seem like they have their ducks in a row. I want to see a little bit more from the AI, what they're offering. The other thing, too, that is a main detractor for me is the combat. That is a reason why I've waited to play Skyrim for so long. It is very akin to that traditional Skyrim gameplay. Very direct, very simple. I like my combat to be a little bit more fluid, man. I like to have the extra animations. I like to be able to dodge and it feel good. It's just, that's something that I've come to expect in my RPGs. I understand that's not what everybody's looking for, which is perfectly fine. And look, it's a me thing. But I would never come out and say that, man, without breaking it down further, say that this game is trash, it's uninspired, it is not graphically impressive, which is a conversation that we'll have after we finish breaking this down, because that also leads into the whole Indiana Jones conversation and people saying that that game isn't graphically impressive or is lacking quality for some reason, or it doesn't look as good as Wolfenstein. Indiana Jones doesn't look as good as Wolfenstein. Not even close. That's what people are saying.
I know.
Not even close, by the way.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Yep.
Visions of Mana was definitely a standout for me. Again, action-oriented combat, me like loving that Eastern flair. I'm not a Mana player. I haven't played their previous game, the Trials games and whatnot. So for this game to be a standout, it looked cute. That's the only thing. It looked like it was overly cute. I don't like it didn't have that.
That's Mana though.
And that's what I've seen. I was looking for maybe that the opposite side of that at some point in the game. It never had that. But the vibes it was giving me is that, especially when he started getting to the characters, and when he was talking about these are characters that I've thought of since I was young and all these things. I thought it was cool. Visions of Mana. Bo says, right, Steel, Visions of Mana doesn't have that snap to it. Yeah, there was something else missing there gameplay-wise that threw me off a little bit in the combat. I like the movement and everything, but I just feel like there's something missing. I don't know. I have to go back through and really break it down. Again, I don't overly analyze every trailer that I see. I try not to do that. I try to take it for what I saw in that moment, and until they show me more later on, that's when I'll take it for what it is, because people are always constantly improving. But it did pull my attention, and it was a standout for me. Hellblade was probably the biggest one for me. Again, I'm a fan of the first game. I played it for the first time. I think it was last year or the year prior. Played it on PC, headphones on, completely immersed in the experience. It is one of the few games within the last decade, outside of Mass Effect, where I'm literally not doing anything else but playing this game. I'm making sure that I got headphones on, I'm locked into the experience, and I almost feel I'm forced to play that way to get the most out of the experience. And guys, I tell you what, at least for me personally, and I know I tend to be a little bit more connected energy-wise, spiritually, and things like that. Maybe it's just a me thing. And it was a lot for me also. There was a lot of heavy heart beating moments that I got into. I was just like, not only like on a scary game side of things, but more so like even on a mental thing. Because you're like listening, you're like, bro, what the fuck is going on? Like, I'm trying to figure this shit out. Now you want me in a moment. Now you want me to fight somebody. Now this boss is fucking scary and overly aggressive. And I only got so many combat moves. And that's how the game made me feel. So going into the second game, I was very hopeful that we're going to get that and much more. I am still very much hopeful about that. The only detracting factor about what we found out from Hellblade, and this actually wasn't there at the show, this is something that we found out afterwards, is that Hellblade is going to be more in line time-wise as the first game. Again, to be honest, it's not about the game being 8 to 10 hours long, right? I think the value was going to be there regardless. The amount of effort that they put into sound design, level design, character design, I forgot who was talking about it, and I want to give them credit for it, but they were talking about, it might have been 3-bit, but they were talking about the way the mocap was working. No, actually, I don't think it was 3-bit, but they were talking about the mocap, and you can tell that Senua is played by the actor, because even her mannerisms with like the way that she talks and stuff like that, you can still see that in Senua. And there's very minute details, especially when they showed us that last kind of, I guess what you want to call it, last kind of tease, where they did just her face and they did the transition between her in real life to her in the game. Bro, the amount of attention to detail, again, if they knock this game out with attention to detail and it's 10 hours long, I'll be perfectly fine. If they make it more of an experience to the point where Pong plays the second game, because he said it about the first game. Hey, it was a lot for me. I, put the headphones down, man. Like, if they take that and step it up at least 4-fold, which it sounds like they have, I think we're in for another a true ride and a true cinematic experience that some people have been looking for, right? Again, I don't think it's a negative that the game is overly short. I just was expecting to be in that world a little bit longer, right? Because it is the second game. Maybe this is what their vision is. Again, the other thing that we got to consider, maybe this is what they were able to, maybe this was their vision, right? They had to get a whole new studio together. They had to do all new mocap. They had to do all new things. And maybe this is what they were able to do with the time that was left. And again, if they're able to provide you a condensed, detailed, thought-provoking audio to like an ecstasy level of an audio experience, I think that this game is going to speak for itself by the time it releases. I don't think we're going to be even considered about what Xbox released in its first half of the year after we get Hellblade. I think it's going to be another standout as far as engine-wise and everything else. And I think it's going to be a true showcase of what Ninja Theory's capabilities are as far as the industry. And you ask me, I think they've kind of demonstrated this the entire time they've been in the industry. I know they've had their ups and downs, but Paul, you made the point of bringing up DMC. I believe that was on Ultimate, or it might have been on PM and the PM. I
PM and the PM.
Remember.
Yep.
But you made that call back to DMC, and I was thinking about it because I remember when DMC released, because I am a Devil May Cry fan, and seeing who it was released by, I was like, Ninja Theory. I was like, okay. Then I started playing the game, and I was like, it feels like Devil May Cry to me. And I get the backstory. This is fucking dope. Like, and they did, and that story was the story, the gameplay, all of that was definitely next level. I would love to see Ninja Theory put themselves in a couple different spaces, right? Where you kind of compare them to, they're like a specialty shop, right?
A boutique.
A boutique.
Yep.
I like to see them have this AAA where they go next level audio, visual design and all that stuff with games like Hellblade. Maybe they come off of Senua and they do a different character next time, but then they also do that action-oriented kind of combat where maybe you get a Devil May Cry, maybe you get a Heavenly Sword, maybe they do I don't necessarily see them doing remakes because I don't think they're the type of studio to do that. No. But maybe they do something like that, maybe a spiritual successor. And those are the type of games they make. So you get that very graphically impressive, and then you also get, it's impressive, but it's a more action-oriented, over-the-top kind of game so they can flex their muscles. If they're able to do that, bro, sky's the limit for fucking Ninja Theory.
Yeah.
Again, that's me. I like the first game. I know a lot of people are kind of up and down on it. I heard a lot of that conversation this week. Oh, Hellblade is just a walking simulator. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's not. I mean, I thought God of War was more of a walking simulator than Hellblade was. This is me. I put the same amount of time, except the time it took for me to play God of War, I actually beat that Hellblade. I mean, take that for what it is. But, you know, this is my opinion. And then Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones, again, for me personally, I like the older movies. I do remember the older movies, and I do respect and appreciate Harrison Ford for that time. I personally don't think that Indiana Jones over time has evolved very well. It's been proven through the movies, it's been proven through other IP. Now, Fortnite did feel like he was enough of an icon, and you can't deny that, for him to be put into Fortnite as a character. So obviously he means something. So I don't want people to get confused like I'm ignoring that aspect of it. I know that he is an icon. Again, we would not have Tomb Raider or Uncharted if it was not for Indiana Jones. Point blank, period. The one thing that I will say that disappointed me about Indiana Jones is I did want people to see why this is the granddad of that temple genre, of that scavenging, you know, us being on an exploration kind of thing, and really that sense of adventure, right? And I think in a third person scope, they would have been able to deliver that. I also want people to understand that well, at least for me, I had an expectation that Machine Games makes first-person games.
Yep.
They've done it with Wolfenstein this entire time. I was hopeful that they would do something different. Step out of the box. Again, they got time to do so. They decided to go first person with third person elements. For me, that's turned me off a bit, but since it's in Game Pass, who knows? I liked Avatar. I actually liked that a lot better than I was anticipating. I did drop the game because I got other games to play that I would rather play. Not saying Avatar is a bad game, but there's other games that I would rather put my time into. Timing is everything. Indiana Jones might be one of those games. I played Call of Duty. That's first person. So it's not like I have this extreme hate for first person games. Just first person games have to do a lot to keep me invested and keep me involved. Indiana Jones has the potential to do that. From the action to the puzzles to the fidelity of the game itself. It could give me some of those younger feels that I remember watching Indy run through some of these temples and whatnot, fighting some of these bad guys, fighting Nazis and whatnot. Because inherently, my family has a history, although they weren't part of the Nazis. My great grandfather was, and he ran away in a plane because he didn't believe in the shit that was going on. So because of that, I've always paid attention more to like all these things that involve Nazis and all that stuff because it's something that I at least felt like being partially German that I needed to pay attention to. But nonetheless, the one thing that I will say, I don't have a reason to doubt that this isn't going to be a good Nazi killer game, a good Nazi fighter game. That's what they've been fucking doing this entire time. So why would I think that this game, just because it's not in third person, that it's going to be ass all of a sudden, or that it's not going to be a good game? And I think that's one thing that I will get that I want to springboard off of a little bit, and I'm gonna pass it off to you, Palm, before I get into a rant.
Sure, absolutely.
Not everything needs to be one way or the other way. And sure, we can have blends and you can have choice and all that good stuff. At the end of the day, I need to pop my ears. I fucking yawned and now I feel like I'm half deaf. I hate when that happens. It doesn't matter whether the game is first or third person or whatever the case. Whatever the devs wanted, if that's the decision that they made, that's the decision that they made. I do think I've heard some interesting conversations and I like the points. I like the points of Indiana being first person does automatically separate itself from those other games. Now, regardless, it's going to get compared to those other games because it should. Now, can we say it's the same style of games? No. Because automatically when you make it first person, it makes it different. Feels different, plays different, the perspective is different. Even with those third person moments, still going to be a completely different experience. I don't get the purposeful downplay of this game. I can probably guess why, for sure. Just because the game isn't in third person.
Mm-hmm.
I understand it. I agree. I think it would have been better in third person, but that's not my decision to make. And it's also not up to me for the devs to do something different outside of what their wheelhouse was. It is also up to me to temper my damn expectations when I say, hey, I'd like a third person game, but also, they traditionally make first person. You know what? And actually, they're actually pretty damn good. They're quality. They go over the top. They tell a pretty decent story, except for the one with the twins, apparently. That's probably the worst one out of all of them that I hear about, at least. And even that one I heard, it's actually a decent game. Yeah, it's not the greatest one out of all of them, but it's decent. Yeah. So taking all of that into consideration, I guess we could say Machine Games doesn't miss. So why would they miss with Indie? So Pong, I kind of gave my essential rundown
Yes.
of everything that was shown at the Developer Direct. I want you to also give kind of what your rundown was of the Developer Direct. You can kind of go free flow it if you want. I went game by game as it's shown here on screen. And then after that, you can kind of lead into some of the things you might have been hearing about this whole third person thing, maybe some of the graphics things that you might have been hearing about any of these different games that are in here, especially about Avowed, because that's been the biggest standout for a conversation piece for a lot of game. And actually, there was spaces that I listened to where Avowed was the main conversation piece, and Andy was on the back of that to say that, man, Xbox just can't release graphically impressive games. Not only that, Xbox just has a different standard than PlayStation does. So now we're using the Nintendo ideology. Oh no, we're just applying it to Xbox now, or PlayStation, I guess, depending on what your perspective is. That they're just too different. What would you expect? Why would you expect quality out of these guys? They're not even on the same level. What do you think, Paul?
Well, let's start with the Direct, because what a way to kick off 2024.
Oh yeah.
Again, for me, this Direct was all for me as a gamer. Like, everything there
you had a good time.
Had something for me. I could not have asked for a better Direct to start off 2024 for Xbox and what I'm going to be playing later this year than this right here. And I had that feeling going in, obviously, because I knew the games. We knew the 4 games, and obviously Square was a surprise with Visions of Mana. But every single game here was for me. So that's the perspective I'm coming from. Again, I get excited for all these shows. It's like mini showcases for me. It doesn't matter if it's an Xbox Direct or if it's a Nintendo Direct or if it's a PlayStation show. It doesn't matter to me. I think of them as Christmas because I'm getting to see games that I'm interested in or potentially interested in, or new stuff that I didn't even know was coming down the pipe. Yeah. So I was already hyped for this. I get hyped for every show. I'm like a little kid. I want to watch this. Same. Unfortunately, I had to be at work. I couldn't co-stream. I was sitting at work, taking long bathroom break, trying to get it as much as I could. And then I was like pretending to work at my desk while I had it on. So I wasn't fully engaged. I got home a little bit early before PM in the PM and got to watch back Indiana Jones and Avowed in 4K. And now I've watched it all back in 4K again on the big screen. And that makes a total difference, right? That makes a complete difference too, when you get to see that, because watching on the phone is great, but it's not the same. But I was hyped from start to end with this show. We talked about it with last year, just the Direct in general, that when they did the first Direct, now somebody corrected me last night because I said this is actually their second Direct in the Xbox Ultimate chat. He said, well, nah, Starfield was the same format. It was a Direct. I'll give you credit. I'll give you credit, but it was
Starfield Direct.
Yeah, it was called the Starfield Direct, and they used the same type of format. It was just one game. Right. Versus it was one game deep dive versus having multiple games. I guess. So I had to give them credit for it. I said, okay, fine. This is the third Direct. But anyways, when we saw the Direct last year, the first Direct last year in January, we all said they nailed it. Tina Amini, who they hired, the year prior to that, in 2021, they brought her over from IGN. She put together a team. They came up with a formula and a format for these Directs that absolutely crushes. I love this format. This is the way that I want to see it. I like Nintendo Directs. I like state of plays. I like the game after game after game and just a little introduction. Here we are with our new game coming, blah, blah, blah. I like all that. Nintendo's kind of drag sometimes because obviously there's some, they always have the translation, because obviously most of them all speak Japanese. They don't speak a whole lot of English. So it's always translated over the top of it, but they can get a little long-winded. I love seeing the devs talk about the games that they're making. I love the short, quick format that they have here with these Directs. So the fact that they kept it the same, that they found this winning formula, they didn't try to mess with it too much. Love it. Right?
Yeah.
Every game here, Let's start with Aura. Let's start with Aura. It's the one that most people are going to go.
You're the one to talk about.
I don't care about Aura. You know, that's most people. It's a niche genre. It's a PC genre. Now it's expanding on console. You've heard me and Mav talk about it time and time again. RTSs, strategy, grand strategy, 4X, all of that. Yes, it's not the most popular. On PC, they definitely have bigger audiences than you're ever going to find on console. But the fact that these games are coming to console now more and more again, like we saw in the 360 era, is warming this old man's heart. Okay. Love to see it. Now, Aura is only going to be a PC launch that we know of right now. They talked about it last year. They were focusing on the PC launch, and then consoles would come later. Down the road. But I've been excited for Aura because it is Civ, but with twists. And it's Civ, but you're not going to have turn-based where you wait for the AI to make their turns and then you strategize about your turn. You move, build, whatever you're going to do, and then you wait for the AI to respond. This is going to be live, kind of. They bring in RTS elements where, yes, you still have a time where you get to decide what you're going to do, but when you make your moves, the AI is also making its moves at the same time. So you can't strategize. You have to actually start thinking ahead and trying to predict what the AI is going to do. So that's going to change things. And then they also have gone away from what is pretty standard in grand strategy type games, Civ type games, 4X games, is that they have predetermined goals that you shoot for to win. They're not doing that in Aura. They are actually going to make it open where you earn these points. Depending on your play style, you will earn points for hitting certain milestones or building certain buildings or whatever the case may be. So you can you get to choose how you want to beat the game, quote unquote, beat the game. You get to determine the path you want to take with your civilization and where you're going to spend your time growing it out, whether that's military, whether that's in, arts and crafts, whatever the case may be. You're going to you have a chance to play how you want to play without a specific goal in mind, right? Those two things are going to be kind of groundbreaking in this genre. And I think they're going to turn the PC world, especially, on its head when this thing drops. They've been working on this game for a long time. These are ex-devs. For anybody who doesn't know, Oxide is made up of a lot of ex-Civ devs. So they know this, right? They know how to make these games, but they've decided to put their own spin on it. And what I saw from the Aura devs was a passionate group. Love get to know a couple of the people behind the game. But then I started seeing, and I went back and watched it again, like I said, on the big screen in 4K. The level of detail in this game is second to none when it comes to this genre. What they are doing is really setting a bar here in a lot of ways for that genre, which I love to see. And the fact is that Oxide, which may now be a part of Xbox, we just don't know it yet. They were an indie studio.
Right back, Paul.
But there's been some hints. We talked about this on Ultimate, that Oxide might be a first-party studio now to go along with World's Edge and what they do with the RTS genre over at Age of Empires. This team is special, and I am freaking day one. Now, it's coming out later than I thought it would. They said fall 2024. We were expecting it first quarter. That's fine. Take your time. Polish the game, make it the best possible game you possibly can. I'm day one on this. I will be playing this on PC Game Pass day one. I can't wait for Aura. This game impressed the hell out of me. And if you're not a fan of that genre, I get it. You could care less. You're tuning out. It doesn't matter to you what I say. But if you like any type of strategy games, keep your eyes on Aura, and it will be coming to console later. If you don't have the PC, it doesn't matter. It'll be coming to console later for you. This game is freaking amazing. I think I'm already so excited. Even Mav, who doesn't like grand strategy generally, Civ games generally, he's even excited to hop into this because of all the stuff that I just talked about, the level of detail, the graphical, the look to the game, the option to kind of play how you want to play has all enticed him. So I'm looking forward to Aura. Aura was a great showing. Then let me get to Hellblade 2.
Real quick, Paul, before you move forward. William Riggs, appreciate you for joining the Splitters.
Oh, we gotta listen, we don't discriminate here, folks. No. William Riggs. Welcome to the Splitters. William Riggs saw the hype train rolling through his town at Mach 10.25. He said, I've never seen a hype train go like that. Holy cow, I saw the nukes go off. They're laying tracks through my town. I want to get on board. I'm going to buy a single ticket to the hype train. Welcome on board. Make sure you take your seat. Make sure you get the 4-point harness strapped down tight because Mach 2.5 will make you fly out a window at any time. And we don't want that to happen. Welcome aboard, choo-choo, motherfucker. Choo-choo. Thank you for joining us today, William Riggs. Hellblade 2. I knew what we were going to get out of this. They did a great job describing how this show was going to go in the Xbox Wire. Some people are obviously sick and tired of, absolutely. Some people are absolutely sick and tired of Hellblade, seeing it. They just want to play the game. We've seen enough. I've said before, I love seeing the devs, but my God, we have seen a lot of Ninja Theory. In fact, I said this the other night as a joke, but we might have more footage of the devs and Ninja Theory and what they're doing with that studio than actual hours that will be played in this game. Now that we know kind of the length, that is just a joke, but it is kind of true. We know so much about Ninja Theory. We've seen so much. So I said on last week that if they were going to do this, it was fine. I'm all about seeing more. It's cool with me. As far as the gameplay goes, I said if they give me some new snippets of gameplay, awesome. That's exactly what they did here. Again, every time I see this game, it's not my most anticipated Xbox game this year. That goes to Avowed, and now Indiana Jones is a very, very close second there. But I'm obviously going to play Hellblade 2. I'm about 80% of the way through the first one. I have to take breaks when I play Hellblade 1. I've told you guys this story before because I do know that I'm wearing the headphones because that's where you get your best experience out of Hellblade. But it is so intense with the voices and what Senua is going through that I have to take breaks because it honestly starts messing with my mind. It really does. Like again, I'm not into horror games. You guys know this, but Senua, Hellblade is not a horror game to me. It's a psychological mindfuck is what that game is to me. And I already know now everything we've been shown about Hellblade 2, they're taking that up multiple notches. So I already know this is going to be a slow go for me, right? And I play games differently. I play games a lot slower. So this 8-hour approximation of gameplay is probably closer to 12 to 15 for me. Yes, I was expecting a bigger experience this time around. It was a little disappointing because I want to see Ninja Theory kind of stretch their legs. But if this is their vision for Hellblade 2, I'm not going to sit here and argue it. And it's not like I'm bummed out totally that this is going to be a smaller experience at all, because again, I can't sit down and play this game like that. So for me, it was kind of bittersweet to hear that was going to be kind of the same experience. But what I saw, what I heard, the new stuff that they showed the two actors, roaming around the mic while they're doing the voices to give you full 360. They talked about the audio now, not just the voices per se being 360, but the entire world being a 360 sound that they're going for. The combat looked even more visceral this time around when they showed it. Yes, they had that good combat play from the showcase from the Game Awards, I should say, that we could finally got to see combat. But the little clips that they showed us here, with her sticking that sword through the back of that dude's skull and then her getting punched. Like I felt that punch in the side of her skull, her getting bit on the neck and grabbing her neck to see if she was bleeding. Like, I'm not worried about this game at all. I know Ninja Theory is going to deliver. They're setting a bar in so many different ways between sound and graphics that I think a lot of studios, well, we already know that Insomniac's shooting for Hellblade 2 type graphics in Wolverine. We saw that through the leaks. But the fact is, they're going to set the bar here. And if Ninja Theory is now, as I described them, this is not a slight. I want you guys to all know that. When I say a boutique developer, I do not mean that as a slight. If they have decided internally, like Steel was talking about before. I brought up Devil May Cry reboot. I brought up Heavenly Sword. I know this team could do other things. They could do more mainline action-based type games. But if they've chosen that that's not their vision, that that's not their goal, that they want to do these stories, and we know Project Mara is in line with Hellblade as well, as far as talking about mental illness and kind of what those experiences can be for people. If that's their now thing, that's cool with me. If they are going to come out with specialty type experiences for us, and that's what boutique shops are. Like I said, if you've never heard the word boutique, again, it's an older word, but if you've never heard the word boutique, it's handmade, handcrafted type items that you can't find anywhere else, that are generally going to be more expensive because they are handmade, of highest quality, right? So you buy like a lamp from a boutique shop. Nobody's going to come over to your house, and then when they notice that lamp, they say, God damn, that's a cool lamp. I think I just saw that at Target. No, you didn't. This is handcrafted by one person who specializes in making lamps. And this is of the finest glass that you've ever seen, right? All that kind of stuff. That's what boutique shops do. That's the way I'm kind of getting the idea that Ninja Theory is right now. Maybe later, like Steele said, they expand back, do a little bit more mainline action stuff. I would love to see it because they do great action stuff. They have great storytelling, obviously. But if this is what they are, so be it. I'm cool with it. Loved what I saw at Hellblade 2. Again, it's right in line with everything that I've seen, but it does bump it up each time I do see it a little bit higher for me. And I can't wait to dive into Hellblade 2 when they finally drop it May 21st. And that was the other big part about their showing, was giving us that date. We had heard the smoke out there that May 21st was the date. They confirmed it. It's a week before my birthday, a little early birthday present for me. I'll be in day one on Game Pass. Absolutely. $50, digital only. That's a different conversation to have. Love the fact that they're not going to charge us $70. We know that there are some other companies out there who, if Ninja Theory was making games for them, they wouldn't allow this game to drop for under $70. But the fact is, Ninja Theory looked at this and said, okay, we're going to make it digital only. We're going to make it $50 because that's what we think the experience is worth.
Yeah.
Kudos. Again, as a consumer, let's go. Like, and again, we've seen this. Matt brought up some great points because I was like, I completely forgot. We kind of see Ubisoft just kind of did this with Assassin's Creed Mirage, right? Not a full price game. They said, we're scaling back. We're giving you an older experience of Assassin's Creed. We're not going to charge you $70, even though it is an Assassin's Creed game. They certainly could have done it, right? They certainly could have charged 70, but they decided, no, we're just going to charge us
40-hour game, or is it a little less than that?
Yeah. It's somewhere in that neighborhood, probably 25 to 30, I think, somewhere in that neighborhood for Assassin's Creed, depending on how you play it. Again, for me, it always, I
it'd probably be like 40 hours for me. Yeah,
probably.
I find all the stuff.
But I love the decision, right? Now, the digital only thing. I don't know what to tell you all. We've been talking here for nearly 3 years. Digital age is here. It's coming. It's becoming more and more. We hear now rumors that they're going to pull some more physical stock. We know Best Buy pulled all their physical games. They're not going to sell physical games anymore. Physical copies. Yeah.
Like you've said before, we're 20 years too late.
Yeah.
If it was really that big of a deal for us, we should have been fighting for it harder back then. I mean, right now, look, I get people like collecting. Maybe you just like the cases and stuff, and that's cool.
Started buying 360 games again, right? I'm all about it.
The one thing that I'll say is, I'm also different about collecting. I know that everybody, how you grow up is going to change. Is going to kind of tailor a lot of that. Because I'd rather see the face of the case, because I feel like that's what really sold you on the game more than when people just have it in like a DVD. Like you can't even tell what you bought. Like, but. Like, I get people want to collect and everything, but understand, whatever you're collecting today, honestly, within the last almost 15 years, except for some games, you're literally buying a paperweight. You're buying a coaster. Because your game does not have the game on that disc.
Correct.
And it has not had that game on that disc for some time, mainly because games don't fit on disc anymore. Mostly. There are some games that can, and they definitely do, But the other part of that, mostly, I want to say it's more because it's definitely a 50-50 thing. Because the other half of that also is it saves money. I'd imagine it would be a bitch to contact all these different suppliers, get in contact with your suppliers, get in contact with all the different people that you need to make sure that production is going to be smooth. If you run into an issue, making those calls to make sure you can fix things in time, it saves them a ton of money. And we have never gotten the benefit of them saving money. So, like, the reason I'm so against, like, getting hard copies of things other than Nintendo is because there's no value to it. And they've told you there's no value to it.
Yep.
Only Nintendo games are $60 3 years later still.
And some go
You can
up
take
in
it back
value.
you can take it back to GameStop and get $50 for a Nintendo game.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, for a trade-in. That shit is crazy to me.
Yeah.
So it's just like when you start thinking about it at that angle, what are you truly paying for? Is that even worth collecting at that point? If you like the artwork, I get that. But that's not how most people collect.
No.
And if you're fighting for physical, why do you do online and all this? So it's just physical here? And like, I get that too. Maybe this is the one thing for you. Gaming has become better since we've been online. Like, I get the old memories are great. Again, we have this day in gaming for a reason. But gaming has never been better than it is today. Even the older games are better today. We're not going backwards, guys. Like, we should have the conversation of you buying digital products and having ownership over your digital products.
Correct. That's the
that needs to be the conversation.
We've talked about this.
We should drop physical and ask about ownership of our digital shit. How do you give me ownership of this? Because once it goes away, it's gone. Now, luckily, this is where, these companies are so fortunate. Luckily, maybe I'll stop giving a fuck after 10 years. Like Destiny. If the Destiny 2 servers went down, yeah, that'll be fucked up. Would I care now at this point? I'd talk about it. But really,
single player stuff. The single player stuff.
Single player. There's literally no reason.
Right. And that's a problem. That is a problem.
And I get that.
Yeah.
But even online has been beneficial for single player games.
Sure.
But the single player games, again, if there's anything, that should be the number one thing. License guaranteed, no matter what. The company could go out of business tomorrow.
It has to have a backup plan.
You got it.
Yes.
That's not the case right now.
No.
It's not going to be the case.
Oh, we had that discussion.
Blu-rays are still an exception for sure.
Right. I'm not the regulatory dude. You guys know I hate regulation. But if there's one area that the government's behind it. But anyways, where they're really behind technology wise is protecting us as consumers in the digital age. There is not, again, I'm not the dude who says that companies have to be controlled. I hate that shit. Big government sucks ass. But for consumer goods in a digital age, which we purchase and pay money for, I don't care what the ULAs say. I don't care what any of that bullshit says. The fact is that we have to have clear, defining rules about what ownership means, right? And that if I am buying I don't care what you put in those long ULAs that nobody ever fucking reads.
Yeah, nobody reads that.
I don't care how much lawyer speak you put in there.
That's an us problem. That is an us problem. But if you care about the consumer for real,
correct.
It's business, man. And that's what we've been built
because
on. Because
as a consumer, I have a reasonable understanding that when I purchase something, I am purchasing that content and I own that content. And I don't care how many times you want to scream from the rooftops. Well, that's not been the case for a long time. It is still a reasonable understanding for the consumer. Because that is the idea of consumerism. I purchase something, I own it. Okay, that's what it's always been, right? right? That's the way it's always been.
That's how we
and
barter.
that product should continue to function as I purchased it in the first place, no matter what happens, right? I got electronics in here that's 30 years old that companies have gone out of business that it still works, right? That again, that's the understanding. It should be the same way for digital content. Again, within reason. Like Steele said, multiplayer stuff. I can't expect companies that go out of business to continue to run servers. Okay, I can't. But the single player aspect of games, yeah. But the single player aspect of the game, there should always be a built-in emergency patch system that if they were going out of business, if they're going to shut down servers, that the single player version of that game is still available to me, however I purchased it, right? That's just the way it is. And again, this doesn't extend beyond backwards compatibility and all that kind of stuff where Xbox is doing their own. Like, again, if I own a 360, I should be able to continue to play my 360 games as I do today, right? Even though the 360 is no longer produced, even though they're going to close down the Xbox 360 store now, so you can't buy any new games. The fact is my discs all still work in those games outside of the multiplayer only games, right? I can boot them up and play them as long as my 360 is still operational. That's what it should always be. That goes for movies, that goes for music. Again, I've talked about this. They're editing things. They are censoring things. They are changing content on us in this digital age. That is another massive problem. Yeah, that is another massive problem. Books, whole sections of books are being changed. Massive problem that has to be addressed. That should never happen. Anyways, side tangent. But the fact is,
it's a conversation.
It's a conversation for sure. Absolutely. Because we saw this just recently with Alan Wake 2, right? Steele as well. Alan Wake 2 was digital only. Okay. We are moving in that direction, whether people like it or not, whether you are willing to accept it or not. If you are one of those people that says the minute physical's gone, I'm out. Okay. Well, you got to start prepping now.
I mean, that's fair.
Because we are close. It is fair. It's your choice. I'm not going to sit here and tell you.
What are you going to replace it with?
Right. What are you going to start prepping now? Because it's going to happen. Right. And it's going to happen sooner than we think in my eyes. So just be ready for it, because I think this is going to become more and more common where there is a digital only. I get the whole other side. I understand. Again, I've been buying 360 games, some Xbox One games, even I bought some Series X games, right? Physical, because I have the Series X. I can play them.
Bold makes a good point too.
Yeah.
He says digital is better. I have like 3 games digitally that I could play from the 360 era that aren't available anymore. A disc is only good if you're going to hold on to the system. The other thing, that's something to take into consideration too, is that factor,
which I generally have.
Of it,
I generally have done.
Yeah.
And I've traded in a lot of systems, but I kept a lot of systems. Right, I sold off a lot of my older stuff during the pandemic and stuff. When needed money, I couldn't justify. I sold my Atari Jaguar stuff. I sold all my Dreamcast games. I've still got my original Dreamcast, but I sold a bunch of stuff. And I'm that dude who keeps his stuff for that purpose, right? I do like to go back, but again, there are solutions. There's emulation that can be embraced. There's a lot of different things we could do to protect us as consumers, to make sure that our content is always available. I really think governments need to step up and say we got to have clear defining rules here, and we need to protect the consumer's purchases. But we'll get to that point. Decado made a great point too before. We kind of lost this war when PC started. Again, when they started getting rid of the disc drives, they stopped selling their games on disc. Let's be real. Again,
the thing you're paying the most amount of money for it too. That's the thing. And it might have been a conversation for people. I don't want to say because it wasn't. I'd imagine it was, but it had to have been one of the most natural conversations transitions that has happened. Like when I literally think about it, I remember, I have a disc drive now, but it's not connected to anything. I don't have it plugged in. It just came with the case. So I was just like, okay. And I did try to use it and then it didn't work. So I was just like, okay.
And mine doesn't at all. Mine didn't come with one. So
yeah. So it's like, and most times that's going to be the case. And
yeah,
I look at it like music too. That transition, I'm not saying it didn't negatively impact that industry, but music has also made money in other ways. You know what the artists had to do? Maybe they tour more. Maybe they working for it. You know what I'm saying? They're doing other things, whether it be apparel, whatever the case. There's other things that they're implementing, and not just depending on CD sales.
Yep.
But they're getting, and a lot of artists are getting ripped off on the streaming side of things, kind of similar to how we're getting ripped off on our ownership of things, right? But we don't own the music we listen to now. I mean, most times, and records are becoming popular again. Vinyls, excuse me, they're becoming popular again, and that's dope to see. I do think that Blu-rays are probably going to be the one form of CDs that continue to exist, because I do agree that the quality that you get from those nothing matches that. I tell you, as somebody who is a hardcore, I don't care. I'm not as picky about that type of shit. I know what quality. I was having a conversation about TVs and stuff. It's like, we're just going to see these transitions happen in many different spaces. Maybe some people look at Game Pass like it's TCL. Hey guys, in case you didn't know, TCL actually makes the best gaming TVs with the lowest latency, and they're not a bad price. I'm not saying that you should get one, but if you don't care, like I do, maybe you have one. I have 2 Samsungs right now, but I would consider getting one for the living room and getting my TV for the bedroom. That's me. I also see and can talk about detail and graphics and all this other stuff on just a different level than what some people may care about, right? And I'm not saying like I'm super nerdy about that shit sometimes, but nonetheless, it's just, there's so many different elements that stack on top of each other as we're moving into the digital era, and the way that we look at everything. I agree. Ownership is a conversation that we need to have. I don't have the answers for it. I've never, as a consumer, I don't think unfortunately to say, I've never had anybody around me that has made me care enough either.
Sure.
I mean, sure, I'm always going to speak out against what I feel is right, but I noticed it back in the day when I didn't get the book in the case anymore. I was like, oh, okay.
Right.
I guess I
miss
what is
those
the value?
days.
What is the purpose of this now?
I miss those days too, though. I do.
Those are the
I
best
got
moments.
nostalgia. Those are the best moments.
Nothing like it.
It is a bigger conversation, and Hellblade 2 is going to push it forward more as it comes out, because there's already been a lot of people that are yelling online that they want a physical edition of Hellblade 2 to add to their collection. And I think Xbox is going to have the biggest decisions to make down the road, because of how much emphasis that Phil and the rest of the team have put on backwards compatibility. If they go to an all digital console next gen, Steel, they're going to have to address the backwards compatibility for the disc owners. Are they going to sell a separate disc drive for those people that do want to bring their collection? They're going to have to do it unless they come up some other way to transfer the license into a digital license, right? Unless they find some way to do that, which they talked about during the Xbox One generation, when they first announced all the features. People forget that they were lining up to have an option to be able to trade in your digital copies for credit with the licensing. They were finding a way to do that. That was part of that whole DRM thing. People forget that now because they ditched it and it never came to fruition. But people, honestly, there was a way that you were going to be able to trade in your digital content, get credit like GameStop for a digital purchase, which I thought was a freaking awesome idea. And all the ideas, I was like, hell yeah. But they got to find a way to transfer, or they're going to have to give an option of physical, a disc drive to add to a digital only console. But I think they're going to be the biggest. It's going to be fun watching how they decide to do it. It's going to be fascinating to watch. I should say more fascinating to watch how they decide, because they've pushed this backwards compatibility thing so far. Bring your games forward, your discs included. We've got an option for you in the Series X where you can still pop in a 360 disc that is backwards compatible and play on your latest and greatest console. They're going to have to address it at some point. So, but Hellblade 2 digital only, $50. I'm cool with it. I think it's a great idea. I think as far as the $50 price point goes, I have to give them applause that they aren't charging a full $70 for those that do want to pay the full price for the game. $50 is awesome. It's a great price point. I can't wait for Hellblade 2. Next up, let's get to Visions of Mana, the secret of the show that popped up. Again, kind of surprising. most of us, and again, we didn't have a whole lot to go by, but most of us got the impression that the dev directs that they are doing now were going to be for first party or Microsoft published games, right? That this was going to be very limited, but most people thought first party only, right? Shout out to Wandering Dutch, who put out a big tweet telling everybody they were crazy for speculating on third party, because that's not going to happen. This is for first party only. He went out on a limb and the limb cracked, unfortunately, in this dev direct, but shout out to Wandering Dutch. But a lot of people felt that. We even did when we were speculating, like, probably not going to even see Stalker 2 here. Probably not going to see like Contraband. Like, I don't think those would show up here. Well, surprise, surprise. That's not the case anymore. They just opened up Pandora's box where it's the wild, wild west on these directs now. Anything can happen because lo and behold, don't think anybody could have guessed it. Square Enix shows up at the developer direct with Visions of Mana. Really, to me. Now, of course, we played with this a little bit and said, oh, well, maybe they are going to be first party. Maybe this isn't out of line, right? Maybe there is something in the works there. Maybe we'll hear a Square Enix acquisition announcement soon enough. So this will fit nicely into that. But really, if I had to give you my factual type of opinion here, I think this just shows the strengthening relationship between Square Enix and Xbox, which we saw highlighted when Phil was on stage at Vegas for the Final Fantasy 14 announcement, him shaking hands with the new CEO. This new CEO seemingly, again, had comments this week. He did some interviews this week where he said, we're going to pare down how many different titles we're making at Square Enix. We're not going to try so many things at Square Enix. We're going to focus on our best stuff. And we're going to bring those games to more places, obviously, including Xbox. So I think this right here was Phil solidifying that relationship that he started there and that he talked about, the CEO talked about, and saying, we will give you a prime spot on one of our stages here at the direct to show off Visions of Mana. Again, Mana, the series, Mana series, definitely a popular series for Square, but they haven't done a whole lot with. They haven't promoted a whole lot with. There's been a couple games here and there. It's not like they made the Secret of Mana and just stopped, which, of course, for anybody who doesn't know, Secret of Mana is considered by a lot of people one of the greatest JRPGs of all time. They didn't just stop. They've been making Mana games, but really not to the level that Mana deserves, because Mana and Final Fantasy back in the day were kind of side by side. Mana didn't come out as frequently, but man, they were damn good games when they came out. So if they're going to reboot the Mana, and or not necessarily even reboot, but if they're just going to put more emphasis on the Mana series again to go alongside Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy, more power to Square. I'm all about this. Secret Mana was absolutely freaking incredible game for me. One of the last games I played on Super Nintendo. I'm for this. And if they're going to promote this everywhere and they're going to bring it everywhere and start, cultivating that Mana fan base, there's already a good solid base for that. But if they're going to start cultivating new fans of the Mana series by doing this, awesome. What better way than to start over on Xbox, right? There's potentially here, Speculation Town, a Game Pass deal involved in this as well that we will hear about closer to launch. Obviously, they want to capture as many pre-orders as they possibly can. So we won't hear about a Game Pass announcement until later down the road, potentially. Again, not saying that's a for sure thing, but no matter what, this is a great way to show it off at one of Xbox's big shows. Let's be real now. From Xbox fans, this showcase was watched. Even some outside Xbox fans were definitely curious enough to start watching directs now. That's credit to Xbox, credit to Tina Amini and what they've done here. And obviously the content that Xbox now has with all these studios. More and more people are going to start watching these directs like people do with Nintendo directs or people do with PlayStation State of Plays. Even if you're not in the ecosystem, you're still curious. I know I am about what the others are bringing in, something that might catch your eye. I think more people are going to start watching the Xbox Direct. So having Visions of Mana here for Square Enix as a surprise was awesome and solidifies that the relationship is stronger than ever. And it's a new relationship. And it means that we're probably going to see more Square Enix titles coming to Xbox, something I have been heavily critical, as you all know, about Square Enix and that old management style that they had. taking those exclusivity deals, and now we're getting more smoke. Final Fantasy VII Remake and the subsequent games might be in the works for Xbox. Got a little bit more smoke yesterday. Take it all with a grain of salt, folks. But Special Nick put out there yesterday on the Infinite podcast.
16.
Yep, 16 is on its way to Xbox.
I mean, there was already the rumor that it was only a 6-month deal anyway.
Correct. And this
probably
new
gonna
manager,
come to PC and Xbox at the same time, man.
Yeah, take it with a grain of salt for right now. But if this new management of Square is serious, then that all makes sense, and we will be seeing more Square stuff here. This was awesome. As far as the game goes, what I saw, again, nostalgia gets me. Again, I'll take JRPGs, action or turn-based. I don't have a preference. I will play both. I love turn-based. I love action style games, depending on how they're done. But everything I saw here, to Steele's point earlier, Mana was never about that hard edge. Mana was a much lighter series. It still had big themes to it, about nature, about the energies around us, about, harmonizing, with the world and that kind of stuff. But I loved the cheery, old school kind of Square, but new school flair that they showed off with Visions of Mana. I am all about this game. If it's not on Game Pass, I'll wind up buying it. I can't wait to dive into another really hyped up Visions of Mana game, another Mana game like this, where they're trying to bring it back and, like I said, setting it alongside Dragon Quest and, of course, Final Fantasy. I can't wait for this game. Everything I saw spoke to my heart. Love it. Can't wait to play it. Great showing to have Square here. Just a fantastic showing, and great for Visions of Mana. So I loved it. And let me tell you, forget the dude's name in that video, bro, but that dude with the gray hair, that he had slick back steel, and he had the all black on, and he had that black Matrix blade like leather jacket. Yeah. I want that jacket. That jacket was dope, man. That was dope. He was bringing it. I loved it. I was like, oh my God, look at this dude. Look at this dude.
Yeah, he was fire. He was super.
He was. That team, and I think I said this on Ultimate last night, man. Square Enix, they've got some wild people in their devs. Like they got a huge, diverse set of actual devs, the heads of their studios. They've got all types of personalities. They got some of the coolest dudes over there at Square Enix making games, man. When you see them talk and on stage, and they can bring the style, all different. Like it's awesome, man. I love that. The great showing. And let me get to, I'll do Indiana Jones. I don't want to do this because you kind of ended it with a kind of Indiana. Well, no, because Avowed was more okay. I'll do Indiana Jones here. Yeah. I'll do Indiana Jones here. Indiana Jones. I'm in love. Absolutely 100% in love. I've been on the record as saying that I want to see a mix of third person and first person. I didn't have a problem with it. I was one of these people banging my fist on the table that said they had to do third person. I said it made sense to do third person so we could see Indy, but it also, just like Steele talked about, I know machine game specialty. The thing I said, that if you're going to do for first person, I actually think it's a little bit more challenging to get the mechanics with the whip and stuff down, to get the feel of Indiana Jones down, but they nailed it. They nailed it for me, as the old school Indiana Jones fan, as the guy who grew up on Indiana Jones, as the younger kid who wanted to be Indiana Jones, treasure hunting, globetrotting, across the world, getting into adventures. Like, as that kid who had that fantasy, we've had some decent to good Indiana Jones games in the past. The original one that is on Xbox is actually pretty damn good. I used to play Temple of Doom in the arcade back in the day. We've had some decent to good games. I've always wanted a good to great game from Indiana Jones.
Okay.
And I said all along that, knowing Todd Howard as the executive producer, as this is another one of his babies, he's pitched this game multiple times to Lucas over the decades to make an Indiana Jones game. I had the utmost confidence in Todd, in Machine Games, that this was going to be true to Indiana Jones and the movies, that they were going to bring that Indiana Jones experience that I've always wanted. And this showing, even in first person for the majority, yes, they've got the third person kind of mechanics thrown in there as well, gave me all of the nostalgia feels I was looking for. I'm already saying here, just from the bits and clips that I've watched, that we got, I should say, from this has the potential to be one of my favorite Indiana Jones stories of all time.
Okay.
They are nailing every aspect, Steel, that you have to in Indiana Jones. For me, the atmosphere is spot on to the old school Indiana Jones movies before they kind of lost their way, as you said, Steel. They nailed it. They've got the side characters so far that I've seen down, just like the movies, solid, because people forget. Yes, the movies were all about Indiana Jones, but the side characters that both the enemies and his friends that came along for the adventure were vital to what those movies were about. And what I'm seeing here from Machine Games, they got it. The writing, the acting, all of it. Let me talk about Indiana Jones himself. We had this conversations about what they do with Indiana Jones. Is it Harrison Ford or is it their spin on Indiana Jones? I was on record as saying I didn't mind if they went a different route with Indiana Jones. If it didn't look like Harrison, if it didn't sound like Harrison, that'd be okay with me. I was willing to accept that because let's be real. Harrison isn't Harrison anymore. He's old, really old now. He can't necessarily voice act like he used to. It wouldn't sound like the old young Indiana. So I was cool if they did like an alternate universe Indiana Jones, as long as you gave me the feeling of Indiana Jones, right? Okay. I was cool with that. But let me tell you something. I said this on PM to PM. When they were showing it off, Steel, and I was at work, so I was watching on my phone. And they go to the scene where he's buried in the sand, and the Nazi dude's down in his face talking to him in the sand. No, right? He was, first of all, phenomenal, bro. Phenomenal. Yeah,
he was on point.
Bro. But when they showed the back of his head and there was only a slight view of the side profile, I knew just from that, because I've watched Indiana Jones for so long, that they were going to try to go Harrison Ford, Indiana Jones. I knew from the way the brow looked on the side, I knew the way from the jawline and the back of the head that they were trying to do Harrison Ford here. And I instantly got goosebumps. And then they flip the camera and you see him for the first time. And I know you guys were doing it co-stream. And I know everyone was like, it's Harrison, but not Harrison all the way. Like it was like close, like Uncanny Valley. Like, okay, I recognize him, but there's some weird things to him.
Right.
Obviously, they hand animated it. Obviously, it wasn't facial scans from Harrison Ford. They did an awesome job. Steel. They did an awesome job. There's enough Harrison there. And then when he started talking, Steel, and when they started showing his mannerisms, the arch of the eyebrow, the smirk that he gets on his face when he says something sarcastic or whatever, they absolutely crushed this. Machine Games crushed it. Next up, so that's the look. And then, of course, it was about the voice. What are they going to do with the voice?
Right.
I didn't know it was Troy Baker. I'm not a voice actor guy like that. I certainly know some voice actors, right? But I don't get into it. I know there's a whole fandom around voice actors, and there should be. They are actors, and they can make or break a game in a lot of ways depending on what they're going for. So voice actors are extremely important. I'm not going to take any. I'm just not that celebrity crush voiceover dude. So I don't recognize most voices, right? So when I heard the voice, at first I was like, ooh, not indie. But then as the talking went on, and now I know it's Troy Baker, and now that I've watched it back multiple times, he nails enough of the inflection points. He nails enough of the tone. He obviously put a lot of work into mirroring Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones. This is a monumental task. Me and Mav talked about this on PM to PM. This is monumental. First, getting the look right by Machine Games, but for Troy to do as well as he did, this is an iconic character being played by an iconic actor in the movies, in Harrison Ford, one of the biggest stars of all time, playing one of the most iconic characters. And again, we can have the discussion whether or not it is anymore, but
Gotcha.
For millions upon millions of people, one of the most iconic characters that we ever grew up with. And you've got another person trying to imitate that and get it right. I have to, again, I'm not a Troy Baker fan, but I have to applaud Troy in his effort here, because the more I've listened to it, he nailed a lot of similar sounding Indiana Jones lines in what I've seen so far. So hats off to him. I'm cool with I was cool with them going in a different direction. So the fact that they tried and they got this close, I got more goosebumps. I was like, okay, I'm all in. Then we get to the first person view and the whip, fist, and limited gunplay.
Yeah. They did their thing with that too. Mm-hmm.
They did their thing. The movie, Steel, when I saw it and watched it back and saw it and watched it back and was like, okay, this is not me playing as Indiana Jones. Now that I'm first person, this is me as Indiana Jones. And again, they brought the movie sound effects over. They brought the movie moments back over, the movement back over, how he has fisticuffs. This is what it would look like if Indiana Jones was first person in the movie. Throwing hands, bro. This is what he did. This is the other thing we talked about. You can't have a run and gun Indiana Jones. That's not Indiana Jones. He is the good guy who gets caught all the damn time by the bad guys and winds up having to find a way out. And it's always, most of the time, through either escapes or fisticuffs or just knowing the right moment when to pull the gun, but using the whip and the fist most of the time to get out. They got it, man. They got it. I was like, okay, you did it. You did it. You chose to go first person. Applaud you for being courageous, because most people wanted you to go third person.
Assaults people are talking about.
Credit. I'm cool with this. This is now me being Indiana Jones. And then puzzles, Steel. The other thing I said I absolutely had to have. Indiana Jones is the reason why we have Tomb Raider and Uncharted. Uncharted is more actiony than obviously Tomb Raider. I'm talking about the original Tomb Raiders. I'm talking about,
I was going to say it was very reminiscent of literally with the remaster that they just did. If anybody wants to go play them, they were literally that moment where he was in that tomb, putting that stone figure in there. Literally reminded me of the original trilogy.
Absolutely.
100%.
I needed treasure hunting. I needed puzzle solving. And the fact that they said that they've got simple puzzles, but they've also got challenging puzzles, just like Indiana Jones comes across in the movies. That's what I want from my experience as Indiana Jones. I want the challenge. I want to have any moment I could die as Indiana Jones because I screw up a puzzle or miss a trap. I wanted that experience of tomb raiding as well. And they are giving it to me here as well, on top of the big set pieces they showed off, Steel, which is massive part of the movies. They had the big set pieces, the scene where he's jumping from the plane to the Japanese Zero plane from the wing, that all I could see happening in an Indiana Jones movie. Like those set pieces that they give us glimpses of in this were perfectly a part of the Indiana Jones lore. Like that's all about it. And the overarching theme of this game, the Great Circle, which again, for those of you that don't know, that there are worldwide monuments like the Great Pyramids, etc., that there are a set of monuments across the globe that were created hundreds, thousands of years apart by different civilizations that when you link them do form a circle. They are a perfect circle. That is crazy to me. The fact that they're going to explore that, and I want to know where they're going to take it with Indiana Jones and what it means, what he's actually hunting down. Yes, and yes.
Like the idea.
Character designs, perfect. The Nazis, again, I already see they got Tony Todd in here as well. We got a glimpse of Tony Todd. They went all out on the voice actors, obviously. Tony Todd looks like Tony Todd, actually, kind of in a lot of ways in this one. They went all out for this game. Like I said, this is exactly what I wanted from Indiana Jones. Again, I didn't have one way or the other, third person or first person. I just said you got to nail first person. From what I've seen, haven't played it, could come out totally bunk and broken and just garbage. But I trust Machine Games. They've done this too much. They gave me what I wanted. I get to be Indiana Jones. I get to be in an Indiana Jones adventure. I think this is lining up for a brand new IP, for a series of IP, for expansions, whatever they're going to do with Indiana Jones. I think this is going to be the talk of the town when it drops. It's already the talk of the town, both for obviously the disparaging remarks that people are leveling at it, but also because a whole lot of Gen Xers who grew up on Indiana Jones just saw something that hit us in a different way when it comes to this. Like it did. It just hit differently. I was already hyped for the game. It moved it closer to Avowed. It's right next. It's 1A and 1B now for first party Microsoft titles this year. Okay. I can't wait to get my hands on Indiana Jones. It's right there, Steel.
That's really fire. I like that.
Bro, it's going to be so much fun. I can't wait to dive into this game. They nailed it, knocked it out of the park. Can't wait for this game. Todd knew what he was doing. He understood the assignment. He completed the assignment with Machine Games. They are ready to rock and roll. You can see that. Can't wait. So Indiana Jones, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. All on board. Avowed. Steel. We're going to end this with Avowed, and then we'll get into a conversation about the graphics or whatever else you want to get into here about some of the comments and topics that have popped up around this.
Just a little sauce.
Yeah, a little sauce, a little salt, a little smoke. Avowed, I've said this earlier a couple weeks ago, or last week, maybe it was. I think Obsidian called their shot here. I think Obsidian asked Phil to come back to this direct. I think that they wanted to come back off of the showcase showing where we talked about there was a part of the actual Xbox community, the people that were excited for Avowed, right? From the teaser trailer years ago, that when they first saw it at the showcase last year, came away going, no, that didn't look so good. Obsidian had come out and said that it was an older build, that they were working on implementing a lot of different things that we did not see in the trailer, that they were going to have a better showing for us down the road, that they were excited for the game. But I think some of the hype, not a lot, but some of the hype, as far as the actual fans, people that were looking forward to the game, did drop off. Not for me personally. Okay. Not for me personally. I knew what Avowed was going to be, knew what Avowed was going for. I was cool with it during the showcase. But I think Obsidian said, Phil, let's get back on stage. Let us do a better deep dive. Let's show some of the mechanics. Let's show some of what actual Avowed's going to be. Yeah, let's show what Obsidian is all about, which is what our fans know and love us for. Let us get back there. Let's do another dive on Avowed. And they called their shot here, knowing that they were going to have a better showing. And they did. For me, solidified that this is my most anticipated game, first party wise, from Xbox this year, easily, hands down. Again, high fantasy, Pillars of Universe, Obsidian. You guys know my love for Obsidian. It's right next to Bethesda for me with Obsidian. They have always been the little brother to Bethesda, but in some ways they do things from time to time better than even Bethesda does. I can't wait for Avowed. What I saw here is everything I love from them. The absolute dynamic, diverse environments all over the place, showing off different, brought it. You could see the level of detail increased from the showcase showing, Steel. It looked gorgeous. I watched it back in 4K, Steel. Again, if you don't like the art direction, I'm not here to argue with you about art direction ever. That is always going to be personal taste. If you want every game to be realistic and look like The Last of Us, or to look more in line with Bethesda titles, or whatever you enjoy in your art direction, I'm not going to argue with you. That's personal. I don't care. For me, I love Obsidian's art style. They brought it here, Steel. In 4K, this looks absolutely drop dead gorgeous. I have zero complaints from there. Then they talked about Steel. Love seeing these devs. The Obsidian devs are obviously a passionate group. Some of the best Western RPG designers out there in the world. I've been touting them forever for that. I said that now under Xbox, they will be known as one of the best Western RPG developers by a bigger fan base out there. They talked about consequences to go along with your choices. They showed off a little scene there where you got to make some choices. They came back and talked about how, hey, there's gray area to your decisions. It's not all about good or bad decisions. There's a lot of gray area, and it's going to make a difference in the world. And we want you to walk that gray area. Yes, please. Thank you so much, Obsidian. This is what you guys are masters at: storytelling, character design, world building, and the choices in your games. That's what it's all about. So that, of course, I was like, yep, okay, cool, great. We are all in. Then they showed off the combat. If people want to criticize the AI, the movement of the enemies, the animations of,
did you hear other people talking about that?
Yeah, I did. Absolutely. People were bringing that up. People were bringing that up. Oh yeah, no, I mean, again, some of it was circus shit, right? They're going to do it. But yes, okay. I saw people talking about it.
That was just a personal thing. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, no, there are going to be people who say, again, it goes back to the idea that everything has to look or feel a certain way still nowadays for some people that want to play. People have, we'll get into it. People suddenly have a very narrow-minded view of AAA games. And there's a reason for that we've talked about before. We'll get into that. I think there are some people that have very narrow minds about what constitutes AAA or big budget gaming in 2024. And it is a certain style. It is a certain feel. And it's a certain budget level. And I really do think that that's gotten very, very small for some people. For me, it's not the same. So anyways, enemies, AI, animations, combat animations, that kind of stuff. It's Obsidian. Again, just like Bethesda, there's certain things I expect. They took a step up from their other games, in my eyes, from what I was seeing. The enemy, AI, I'm not playing Western RPGs to have a Souls-like experience. I'm not playing Western RPGs to have smart enemies all the damn time. That's not what I'm not playing Western RPGs to have the JRPG type bosses where you have to still learn patterns or whatever the case. I'm playing Western RPGs for the power fantasy, for the story, for the decision making. That's why I play them. The enemies are a means to an end. They are the reason why I level up. They are experience to me. I don't want sweaty battles in Western RPGs all the damn time. Line them up and let me knock them down like bowling pins as I roll through them. That's what I look for in Western RPGs. Now, can you have some challenge? Of course you can. Can you have some really tough enemies? Of course you can. I'm not against that. But when we're talking about the minions that they were fighting, the little goblin dudes that they were fighting, did you notice they brought in the witch doctors from Diablo, by the way?
They did.
I did. You know that shit? I was laughing my ass off. It was exact like Witch Doctor, even the animation was. Pretty much. I was laughing. That's what I want. Fodder. Give me fodder. Let me exercise my power with my magical abilities, my dual wielding wands this time around. By the way, sword and shield, however I want to play, however I want to role play my character in this beautifully crafted Obsidian world, in the Pillars universe. Let me do that with this fodder. That's what I'm about when I'm playing through Western RPGs. Give me the loot. Let me feel like I'm becoming a god amongst the little people in this world. That's what I love about Western RPGs when you get down and dirty with them. That's what Bethesda does. That's what they all do. So for me, I saw that and I was like, I saw the dual wielding wands and I was like, okay, is that reasonable? If we were to believe that magic was real? Nah, probably not reasonable, but I don't give a damn. Give me dual wielding wands. That's dope as hell. And then they have the active loadout steal to allow you to play each and every battle out how you want to play them out. Your character. Again, I'm generally the dude who likes to take my character down one main focus path. I'm not the dude who likes to have options to become a fighter all of a sudden versus a spellcaster. I'm not that dude. I like to specialize usually, But the fact that they are going to give me active loadouts where I can have different equipment on the fly, depending on the battle, depending on what I want to do there, cool. The fact that they're going to allow me to be a, battle mage, both wielding and fighting sword. They showed off you freezing somebody and then, breaking them apart, breaking the ice apart with your sword. That's cool with me, because if all of a sudden I decide I want to do that, I got the option on the fly. I don't have to think about respecking. I don't have to think about going back and redesigning my whole character, getting starting. I don't have to do any of that. I'll be able to do that on the fly. That's dope to me. That's totally cool. That gives me options. Avowed knocked it out of the park. Obsidian's going to come. My most anticipated game this year. Can't wait to dive into it. It's going to be another Western RPG. It's not going to be as big as a Bethesda title, but the replayability in their games is off the hook when it comes to that stuff. If you want to go back and replay it, make different decisions, you're going to be able to do that. I know for a fact from Outer Worlds that their decision and consequences do shape the world and the story around you. Again, my Outer Worlds gameplay that I'm playing right now that I haven't finished, that I'm going to get back to, I decided to make most awful I forget the dude's name, the good guy in Outer Worlds that you meet right away it's helping you. I turned him in. I've basically turned on him, and I'm turning him into the bad guys, which is opening up a whole different storyline for me, because I'm not following the golden path that everybody wants you to follow. I'm turning him over to the bad guys. Like that's where I'm at. Like Obsidian allows you that freedom. Hilarious. So I can't wait to see what they've done with this deal, because they accentuated that in this dev talk. I have a feeling we're going to get a lot of that in this game, where you're going to make really big choices that are going to alter the actual world around you and about how it shapes your story going forward. I can't wait, Steel. Avowed knocked it out of the park. Shout out to Obsidian. Love you guys. Love everything you do. I can't wait to play this game. So yeah, that's my whole take on the Dev Direct. We got sidetracked. We did a whole lot more in there than just that, but
of course.
Yeah, no, loved it. This was an easy 9 out of 10 for me. Maybe even a 9.5. The only thing I would have done, and this is just in a perfect world for me, is I would have shortened the Hellblade 2 segment down. I would have done a sizzle reel of all brand new clips, give a talk a little bit about Senua, and then I would have put in a 6 game into the showcase. I would have made the Hellblade 2 sizzle reel, talk a little bit about it, hit us with that date, May 21st, right? And then out, because we've seen so much Hellblade 2 out, and then give us a 6 game in here. Give us 6 games of direct. That would have been cool to see, but that's just my little critique. Otherwise, they knocked it out of the park. 9.5. Love this show. Everything about it. All these games are for me. More games. And they're all going to be, by the looks of it, Steel, second half of 2024. No games first half for Xbox. I'm not going to criticize them.
Game Pass, man. The deals
they didn't promise anything. They didn't promise anything this year, Steel. They didn't go that route. Palworld's here. We got Suicide Squad. We got all these games coming out. I'm cool. But I said after last year, just don't tell me that these games are coming out and then delay them out of the window. If you don't have a window, that's cool. If you have a late window, that's fine. I don't care. So I'm not going to critique them. It is a little weird with all the content that they don't have one. There could be a surprise. I still think there's one more surprise this year, at least from Xbox. We've been hearing a lot of smoke about different things. I think they got one more ace up the sleeve this year. Take it, grain of salt, speculation town. I think they got one more that could surprise drop first half. But if they don't, if it's all these games plus all the other ones we know about second half for the most part, all I got to say is second half is going to be unbelievable as far as gaming goes. If you're in the Xbox ecosystem or on PC or whatever, it's going to be crazy, bro. It's going to be crazy. But yeah, no, I'm cool. I love this show. Love this show, Steel. Great way to start 2024.
Yeah, overall, I mean, again, even though me giving it a 7 may be like, oh, well, you said it sucked then. Again, take that for what you will. I'm always going to judge it more so based off of what I'm looking for. As I think anybody should. And in no way am I in that same breath saying that the game is bad, or any of the games are bad. You got to be able to articulate your points without completely downplaying something, or like you and Mav brought up, oh, it's just trash.
Right.
But that's I think I found something with our logo that I like. But anyway, that's besides the point. what I wanted to get into off of the heels of the direct, and this is where we'll start winding things down.
Yeah.
But it might amp some things up too. I was listening to some things this week, and after the direct happened, and a lot of the conversation that I heard, people didn't like the direct because, again, it showed, or one of the things that I heard on shout out to King on his channel, Xbox Frontline. One of the things I heard on his show was that it opened people's eyes to the fact that Xbox is just different. The thing that we were like, oh, you know, it sent me on a whole tangent in the car the other day. To myself, by the way. The whole thing that we were like, people were saying about the whole Xbox tax, it has now become, my eyes are open because Xbox is different.
Yeah.
And what they meant by this is that what you get from PlayStation is these graphically over the top, impressive, narrative driven, high quality games, quote unquote. I mean, at that point I started asking myself, I mean, how many of those do you guys have? I mean, how many of those does PlayStation truly have? Okay, I mean, it's a good handful over there, right? Okay, and they're like, so PlayStation has just been doing this way for so long that they just set this bar so high that Xbox players have just been conditioned to expect less. So when you get a game like Avowed, for an example, you don't see that it's not graphically impressive because Xbox has conditioned you to think that that is good graphics. Chad, I mean, get involved. I mean, is that a something that you might think? Or is that a method of how you look at gaming, maybe? Is everything judged purely by the art style? Because again, that's what we're talking about. And I think that's what sent me on my tangent, because I have games on PC, Wayfinder, for an example. It's a game that I came here, talked about. It's like an MMO-like kind of game. Had some issues early on, server issues that actually Palworld doesn't have. It's interesting. Anyway, that game, when I was playing it in beta, 1080p, would push my computer around sometimes, right? You know, typically I expect 144 frames. That's the refresh rate of my monitor, so I typically expect that in most games. Another good example is The Witcher 3. It's an older game, right? So, man, maybe brand new hardware, which it has in most cases, should push this thing beyond its limits. You know, on max settings at 1080p, it runs just over 60 on my PC. And I have a 3080 Ti. I have a 12-core, 24-thread processor. I mean, it's just like when you start putting things in perspective, what are you talking about? And what I was finding is a lot of the time it was just people talking about the art style and what they specifically prefer. And just because you prefer a specific style of game doesn't make every other game less than all of a sudden. There is no... I will pose this because I typically try to pose this to anybody. Art style between Halo, Gears, Forza, Sea of Thieves, Avowed, RTSs, all the other diversity of games that Xbox has on their platform. Where is the diversity in the art style on that platform.
Ratchet and Clank.
Okay, fair. And I can 100% agree with that. But Pong.
Yeah.
But per the thought process, even Ratchet and Clank wouldn't be good enough because it's not graphically impressive.
But it is.
Or then wouldn't that make Avowed graphically impressive?
No, because for some
that's a different art style though.
It's a different.
The Pixar style is a different art style, isn't it?
Pixar
from realistic,
style,
right?
Correct.
That's a different art style.
It is.
I'm already finding a contradiction.
Yeah, but it translates still because Pixar is considered some of the best animation out there by those same people, right? And for me, just real quick,
I'm just looking for
real.
Yeah, I'm looking for
I know you are. I know you
for
are.
feedback.
I know you are.
I
know,
feedback,
but this is what people. This is again one-dimensional people. There's a bunch of one-dimensional people out there. Okay, for me, that's fine. If you think Pixar is the best animation you've ever seen.
It's good animation,
and you translated it to obviously something like Ratchet and Clank, and that's your video game preference. That makes total sense, right? If you like realistic games, you're obviously going to translate it to things like The Last of Us, Red Dead Redemption, like those types of games. Those are going to be the games you gravitate toward. I don't have a problem with that. But there's a billion other games. There's a billion other types of animation out there. There's a billion types of other movies out there. All of that. But they forget that still, because for me personally, right, I like all types of animation. But if I had to pick one, 80s style animation, and maybe it's because I grew up in that era, 80s style animation, hand-drawn animation is more appealing to me than Pixar animation.
No, that's not good enough. It's not good enough.
Right. But there will be some people that look at 80s cartoons and say they're trash. For me, when I see that, I love it. I think it's greatest. Hold
on.
Cartoons
or anime?
Both. Because you and I have had this discussion. I look at old hand-drawn anime, right? Versus
anime, I agree. 80s and 90s, oh my God.
Oh, bro. Like there's just a different
They're getting back to it. They're getting back to it too.
They are. Not that I have a problem with nowadays digital art, right? I don't have a problem with it. And in fact, some of it is ultra gorgeous and they can do things that couldn't be done through hand-drawn animation. But there is a different feeling when I go back and watch like Demon City Shinjuku, or I go back and watch Ninja Scroll. There's a different warm feeling I get, right? That is just it's perfectly imperfect still, is what I say. There's mistakes. There's weird things that happen, but I'm just saying. I'm just pointing. I didn't want to make this.
Then people say that's but then now that would be considered an excuse. Oh, now you're just excused. You've been conditioned to make excuses to not get games in this art style, although you still get the same graphical glitches in those more realistic looking games. Even in Ratchet and Clank, people were falling through cases and trains.
Of course.
And you can say, oh, well, that's gameplay. No, it's something that happened visually. It's still a graphics thing. It's not perfect, but no game is perfect. My point overall is exactly what you're saying. Agreed. My point overall is exactly what you're hinting to.
Yeah. Yes.
Why does everything, if it's not in a certain art style, why does that determine the quality of the game to you? That is never how gaming has worked. This is not movies all of a sudden. And even movies, high quality movies, aren't even the best movies all the time. That is Marvel's problem right now. Correct. And they're slipping up on quality.
Yeah.
So quality is always subjective. And when people talk about their subjectivity and make it try to come across like they're being objective when they're really just being personal to what they care about. And it's allowed, and this is allowed, this whole thought process is allowed to be ran with, and people are like, yeah, man, 100%. Yeah, the quality is just down there. How do you look at Avowed and compare it to anything on PlayStation? How do you look at Indiana Jones? Man, Naughty Dog was doing those types of graphics back on the PlayStation 3.
Oh yeah, Uncharted 4 looks better than anything Xbox is currently putting out, according to a lot of people. Again, different style.
How does that determine my whole point of bringing up like specs and things earlier? If these graphically impressive games are pushing mid to high end PCs around, what are you talking about? You're not talking about graphics.
That's lazy devs. That's lazy devs. Optimization, Steel. Come on.
There's sure, and again, there's some of that happening, but that's not the majority. Come on. Like, I get that we like to think that everybody, the man is just out to get us. Man, those devs, they're just sitting in there. They're not doing nothing, man. They're just, they look at each other every day. Maybe that's what the day before devs were doing. There's certain devs where you can tell, like the Palworld devs. Maybe you can say they were taking whatever you want from whatever game. You know what it takes to make a game? You got to put it together. They put something special together. I don't know what it took. But it's not my job. I'm a consumer. Do I like what is presented to me? Does it speak to me in any way? Fidelity doesn't equal quality. Has this whole 4K and upscaling, downscaling thing not proven anything to anybody? Like, I feel like that's the thing, that's the mound that I continue to like to scream from. Because I will always go back. That's more so what I go back to. Because Hellblade is probably going to be 4K 30. Or because it is a true series console game, maybe it will be 4K 60. Maybe this is where we see what it can really do.
Steel, this is a crazy kind. Gameplay to me will always be king. Always. Sure, if a game comes out and is graphically impressive to our eyes, will we point it out? Yes, absolutely. But as you can already see, we have different people have different tastes. Again, this is why I was saying that I think there's a very narrow mindedness. Some of this is just the clown show and the circus purposely doing this. They have a very narrow minded view of what is great to them. And it's very narrow. It's getting even more narrow because of the PS4 generation. That's why Mav and I had the conversation about what changed. Like why all of a sudden did reviewers and professional journalists love Bethesda's style or Obsidian style in the past, and all of a sudden now, they're not. This is old school. No, their art direction is what they're good at. Steel. It's what it's about. Again, when I look at games, gameplay to me is king. And I'm getting the gameplay from Bethesda, Obsidian, from all these studios that I like, but that's because I have a wide-ranging enjoyment of different styles of games, right? Of gameplay. I have the wide view. And so a lot of things appeal to me. And I can look at something as art, right? When we're talking about specifically graphically, and I can see something beautiful out of Obsidian, and I can see something beautiful out of Rockstar. Two completely different styles. At the end of the day, that's what it's about. I think really what this conversation is like, Steel, is we have a group of people who literally are acting as if they would go to Picasso and say, why don't you paint like Rembrandt? That's literally what's happening. Why Picasso? I don't like your style. Why don't you paint like Rembrandt? You people who like Picasso are trash. You guys are trash art collectors. You guys suck. Right? That's literally what we're talking about here. This is a crazy conversation to have. Again, gameplay to me is king. And again, if Obsidian games aren't your style, Bethesda style, whatever we're talking about, that's fine. I'm never going to argue. If you legitimately don't like that gameplay loop, so be it. I'm not here. Again, as much as I rave about the atmosphere and art direction in Souls-like games and how much I love them, for the most part, outside of Elden Ring, I'm not going to do it because the gameplay loop doesn't appeal to me. But I'm not going to trash those games and say to, From Software, from what? Why are you making these Souls-like games? Can't you make a Devil May Cry game for me? Can't you make an RPG? Trash? Can't you make a Western RPG like Bethesda does for me? Why do you make these trash Souls games? Fuck no, I'm not going to do that. Why? No, I
This
sit here
shit
and say I can
trash.
see the quality. Yeah, this is the conversation, but specifically to your point, yes, I had to make that analogy because legitimately that's what popped in my head when we were having this conversation previously. Steele was literally, this is literally like people going, Picasso, your shit's trash. Why don't you paint like Rembrandt? It really is like that. Because that's all we're talking about here when we talk about art direction. People have a very narrow-minded view of what AAA gaming is supposed to look like, and it's got to be a realistic type world, or it's got to have Pixar type level animation. Like, they associate AAA gaming, because this isn't generally a conversation we have when we talk about games that are considered AA or indie games or whatever the case. We don't generally hear this stuff. There's people that come out and say, well, why can't Vampire Survivors have better graphics? Like, why this 8-bit style? But generally, that's not something that's normal for that conversation. But specifically, when it comes to your original point, Steele, especially Xbox, because Nintendo's completely forgiven for having the same style for fucking ever. Again, I made that analogy when we were talking about Super Mario Wonder. People didn't complain about Super Mario Wonder being archaic, even though it's the same goddamn formula they've been doing for 40 plus years now. It's not, they didn't complain about that, but they complained about Starfield having an archaic style to them. I brought up that's where we are. People have this really hard time understanding that studios have different art direction. They have different artists. They have different ideas and visions. They use different engines that don't produce the same type of style. That all of that's in that should all be common knowledge, but that's all thrown out the window. No, just make a game that visually appealing to me. Otherwise, it's trash. What are we talking about here? And to your point, it doesn't. When it comes to Xbox, the diversity of studios they have underneath them, the fact that Phil has promoted time and time again, hands off freedom to his teams to go make the games that they want to make.
Yep.
With very little influence from Xbox or demanding that, hey, we need this third-party realistic narrative looking game to compete with Sony. The fact that they don't do that and they let these teams go do what they do best, that's showing up. And again, like you just said, like King pointed out, I think you said King pointed out, people are realizing that Xbox is different. They're different than Nintendo. They're different.
Well, that's what somebody was using to argue.
Yeah.
Was saying that, oh, we just need to. Xbox is training the consumers that they need to look at games different because they'll never match the quality that PlayStation has.
Bullshit. Gameplay wise, there are more enjoyable experiences for me on Xbox than over on PlayStation from first party. That's me.
There's no way
that's what possible. I look for in games. This is exactly why this direct steal was exactly why Xbox was the ecosystem for me this generation to start out with. They were delivering more experiences because I have a wide range of love for different style games. Xbox was offering me that. Not to say that the stuff on Sony is trash. It's not. You'll never hear me say it's trash. I'm going to play Horizon when it comes to PC. I'm picking up Horizon on PC at some point, right? I want some of those. Ghost of Tsushima, when it hits PC, I'm playing it. Like, there are experiences over there, but I get more experiences from Xbox's first party. And I knew with the acquisitions that they were making, those were acquisitions that I would have personally gone out if I had a shopping list. A lot of them, Bethesda, ZeniMax, right? I would have made that purchase if I was Phil. That would be one of my wish lists. Obsidian, one of my wish lists. They are bringing the games first party wise that I want to play. And it's a diverse lineup that constantly keeps me entertained and engaged. Yep. All the time, and I don't feel like I'm playing the same stuff all over again. Coalition is going to bring Gear 6 out at some point, and it's going to be graphically ridiculously looking. Ninja Theory is bringing out Hellblade 2 this year. It is graphically going to set the bar. That is cool. I look at Hellblade 2 and say, oh my God, it's beautiful. I play Hive Busters, and I said it's one of the best damn looking games I've ever played. Loved it. But those are different, but that doesn't mean Avowed is shit. When I look at that art style, I go, God, that's Obsidian. I love it. I love their art style. I love the little tweaks that they have. I love the environments that they do. I love the colors they use. I love that palette. I looked at Starfield. Starfield's got some amazing graphics.
I got some amazing scenes here, man.
I looked at that and I said, oh my God, they went for a more realistic, toned down sci-fi. It didn't appeal to everybody. That's fine. But it reminded me of sci-fi movies in a lot of ways. And I was like, I love this art direction. But that's just me. But again, to say everything else is trash that I don't like, bullshit. For me to sit back and say Zelda to me isn't necessarily appealing in its art direction, I still don't say Zelda is trash, Even though I have no interest in Zelda, I don't care. I understand why people do like it. It's just not appealing to me. That again, these conversations are crazy, bro. But to your point, your last point you brought up there, somehow the idea or definition of quality steel has gotten very, very small for people, and it generally favors what PlayStation trained their fan base to like in the PlayStation 4 era.
Yes.
That was the quality that you should expect. And if it doesn't look and play like this, then it's not quality, with very few exceptions. And to me, that's heartbreaking because the game industry is so much more than that. But again,
so much
if
bigger
you're one of those
that.
people, right? If you're one of those people that's how you're that's what you think, so be it. But that doesn't make every other game trash. That doesn't make Xbox second class. That doesn't make Nintendo old school. It doesn't mean any of that shit. It just means you have a very specific type of game that you enjoy and that you think is worth your time and money. That's all that means. But there's a whole lot of us out here that have a lot bigger expectations when it comes to games and have a whole lot more enjoyment from different styles of games. That's all there is to it.
That's true. Maybe one day that'll get through to the people, but maybe it not. Maybe it won't. Again, I don't personally. That's why I say all the time, and I will continue to preach it. Know not only who you are as a person, but know who you are as a gamer. You have to at least know who you are as a gamer. Mavs has brought it up here frequently a lot too. Like, how long have you been gaming? Can you make sound judgment by yourself? Is it a good investment for you or is it not? No, you don't have to have FOMO. That's the other thing too. Like, we definitely have to start working on losing our FOMO. Everybody, I suggest you work
as we
on
just
that,
talked about. We're buying.
We're buying 4 different. We're gonna play them. We're gonna play them.
I know. But
you know what's funny about it though, because it's not even a fear of missing out. That's
it's
that's
not.
more
These are
so
games
like
that I want
we
to play.
Predetermined that we were gonna get these. Like Suicide Squad especially was like, we'll probably end up getting that, and then and so the same thing with those other games, and then we come into the beginning of the year, and it's like, oh, by the way. They're all releasing in February, at the beginning of February.
End of January, beginning of February. Yeah.
Don't you worry. We got you.
It's great. Yeah. No, it wasn't FOMO for me. It's not fear of missing out on the conversation because, again, I've been coming on shows for the past 2 weeks talking about Vampire fucking Survivors, Dragon's Dogma 1. I'm replaying it now. Like, I've been talking old games. Like, I don't have a fear of that. It's just that so happens these 4 games that I really want to play. And they happen to be co-op multiplayer, which is also an important factor in a lot of them because I want to play with you guys too as well and enjoy them in that aspect now.
Yeah.
They just so happen to be coming out within a week and a half, 2 week span. That's all. It's crazy, but it's happening.
It's done wild to me. And again, I mean, and not everybody's going to have that. So it's like, you don't have to get everything. You're going to miss out on some of that conversation. I may miss out on some of the, I may have to put some stuff down. I may be so invested in one thing that, you never know. Life might happen. Life is crazy like this sometimes. I might have to go get brand new tires tomorrow. No, don't wish that on me, please. Anyway, yeah, man. But again, it's just interesting to see how things play out. Again, but I don't mind coming here, being passionate, chopping up with you guys. You guys have been killing it in the chat, having the same conversation. It looks like the majority of you guys kind of agree with us. Graphics aren't everything. The main thing is definitely gameplay. Overall, that's what everybody wants is, hey, focus on gameplay, make sure you got a good loop, and then, hammer everything else out. Again, I think we are at a point, if you want 4K, like that can just happen naturally. Stop forcing it. And I think that's what happened. You got to get a lot of 4K assets.
And then one thing we have talked about graphically, not to continue this conversation, because I know we're trying to wind down here a little bit because you've been going for a lot longer than I have. But we've talked about the level of detail in games still. And if you go back, like that's one thing graphically we've talked about, like you are definitely on the hill. Like I could care freaking less about 4K. Just give me more detail in my game. Go watch that Avowed trailer in 4K. The level of detail in the armor and the environments and some of the materials, it's all there, folks. Like there is a level of detail that you don't get out of every game. Indiana Jones, same thing. People trying to say that those are 360 generation graphics. Get the fuck out of here. Did you see that close up of his finger still? Did you see that? Did you see that going around? They have fingerprints. They have individual fingerprints on his finger. Bro, that's
not something
you
that
can
you
say
have
that.
to do.
No, that you could say that's pointless. You can say that's over the top. That's how detailed the devs chose to go with that game. And just because you don't see it in every single time that you're watching the screen doesn't mean it's not there. Like, that is going the extra mile. And people just totally ignore that kind of stuff. The spit on the Nazis' lips. I saw somebody bringing that up. Like very that, detailed. All of that very detailed. His hairstyle was super detailed when you looked at it. It's just, listen, again, different strokes for different folks. It's a popular saying. We're all going to have different opinions, especially when it comes to a medium that is art in a lot of ways, right? It is big business, but it's art in a lot of ways. These people are creating. You don't have to like every style. I totally get that. That's fine. That's not a problem. But to trash and say there's no way, again, that you can like that, that's just wrong. That's a wrong conversation to have. Now, I've done that in the art world with modern art. A banana nailed to a wall is not art to me. And I will say that's trash. And if you like that, or duct tape, I should say, to a wall, that's not art to me. But obviously to some people, it's fascinating.
There's certain things like the Kong game that came out. Gaming is art, but I don't know if that's not art.
That art style sucked. They made it under a year, and it showed that that was trash. But the gameplay itself was trash. I could see that.
You still have to have a baseline element to be considered a game, and
right. But again, when it's done well, it doesn't matter what style it's in. Again, Vampire Survivors, I got more hours in than probably 80% of the games I ever play in Vampire Survivors, and it's 8-bit. It goes back to the NES style game. But that doesn't bother me. Like, it's the gameplay. It's the loop that's addicting as all hell, and it's polished, and it plays extremely well. It's amazing. It's just, again, eye of the beholder. But again, I'm not going to sit here and trash things that don't appeal to me. I think that's just a dumb conversation to have. But again, it's Xbox. It is that Xbox bias. It is because Xbox is not the most popular brand out there amongst its peers in Nintendo and PlayStation. They have a bigger community. They have a more vocal community. And this is how you get into tribalism and gatekeep the idea of video gaming gatekeeping. You know how Steele and I feel about that bullshit. It's garbage, but this is how they do it. And it's just like Xbox is different from both the other two, and people want to just knock it down and say it's not real quality. Bullshit. The game itself is what the quality is. The gameplay is where the quality is. Yes, graphics have a thing. Yes, of course, all the acting, story, all that goes into it. But the gameplay and how it makes you feel is where it's really at for me. And again, that's why I'm not going to sit here and knock down things I just don't visually appeal to me.
I don't have the time to do that. That's the other thing too. Again, I
like the diversity.
I would love to have a life where the most interesting part of my life is drama I create. You know how fun that would be? Just to be a chaotic fucking heathen.
Yep.
Just to be, everything else is good. I could just be a chaotic heathen. I would never do that because I think that's dumb as fuck. But you could be, instead of being a chaotic heathen, you could be playing a game, or enjoying the hobby that you're spending hours talking about. I don't know. Anyway, that's just kind of me. We will start winding things down here and get into our This Day in Gaming segment, because I'm getting a little hungry here, and it's definitely it's still Saturday. Get some stuff knocked out for the early afternoon. Maybe get some gaming in later on. Again, put it out there for anybody that's interested. I do have a world, so anybody playing Palworld, you want to jump into some co-op, you're more than welcome to jump in with me if you want. Just put that out there. Other than that, that's probably going to be my plans until up to the point Tekken 8 releases for sure. Along with maybe you're still running some Dead Cells in the background, because that's been a fun time to play. Didn't talk about the games we were playing, but it's cool. We got into it raw. I like it. I like it. I like when we get into it raw. It's a lot of good conversation.
My fault.
Hey man, it's all good. So we're having an excellent show no matter what. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you are ready. Let's get into our This Day in Gaming segment where gaming should be treated as such. It's just, we got gaming history, man. You got to sometimes bring up some old memories from some of those irritating games and just be appreciative of where we're at today. I think we've always had some good, interesting titles in here, so let's get to it. All right. Today we're starting in the year 2000. Japan released on the Dreamcast Rainbow Cotton.
We got some good ones in here. I'm looking.
Shout out the Dreamcast.
Ooh, yeah.
Then in 2002 on the PC.
Yeah.
You had Medal of Honor Allied Assault.
So good. Medal of Honor, so freaking good. Oh,
oh too bad that Call of Duty pushed them out of the way.
Yeah.
Shout out to Cop. Then in 2004, PlayStation 2 and Xbox got Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2.
Freaking absolutely amazing. One of the all-time classics. I will be picking it up at some point because it is available on Xbox, on PlayStation 2, I think it is. Yeah. When it goes on sale at some point, when I have some downtime, I'm gonna go back and replay that. That game was ultra rare on PlayStation 2. Actually, by the way, I still got a good price for it decades ago when I sold it back to GameStop. Got a good price on it because it's rare. You could do a secret code and bring in some characters from Forgotten Realms into it.
That's fire.
A couple of my favorite characters. Just freaking awesome game, man. Just an awesome game. I love Dark Alliance.
Nice. Then in 2004 on the PlayStation 2, you got Maximo versus Army of Zen. I think I played that.
Ghosts of Goblins. Shout out to Ghosts of Goblins.
Okay.
Yep.
Then in 2004, PC released Silent Storm. Not Silent Storm. Then in 2005 in Japan on PlayStation 2, you got Faun Baku Matsuden.
Love it. Don't know what it is, but love it.
I didn't play it. Then in 2005, Japan released, Japan had on PlayStation 2 Monster Hunter G.
There we go. Monster Hunter.
Got the Monster Hunter.
Hell yeah.
Trying to make sure everything is looking good over here, guys. My phone. All right, we're good. Then in 2006 in Japan, you had on PC Gore Screaming Show.
What the
and that
frick is that?
Then in 2009 on the PlayStation 2, it is the Gore Screaming Show is not safe for work. So keep that in mind.
Okay. All right.
Then in 2009 on the PlayStation 2, you had Tonilico 2. Melody of Metafalica?
Yeah. Metafalica? I have no idea.
Interesting. What the hell
I'm assuming an RPG. It's an RPG.
It's definitely an RPG.
Yeah.
It's made by NIS America.
Oh, it was an NIS. Shout out to NIS. Please start bringing your games over to Xbox, please. Thanks. Appreciate you.
Then in 2010 on the Xbox 360, you got Vandal Hearts Flames of Judgment.
Great game. Backwards compatible. You can go pick it up anytime you want to. Vandal Hearts, if you want an old school JRPG style game, top down, 3/4 view, Diablo-esque, but RPG through and through. Really good game. Very good game. Vandal Hearts was cool. Yeah.
Then in 2015 on the 3DS, PC, PlayStation 4, PlayStation Vita, and the Wii U, you got Citizens of Earth. It did not come out on the Xbox, by the way.
No, it did not.
Then in 2015 on the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, you got Saints Row 4, Reelected, and Get Out of Hell.
Nowhere's near close to the best, but still a Saints Row game compared to the reboot. It was good. It had its moments. This is where they went really far left, and I was like,
this is when I jumped into Saints Row for real, and I was like, what the fuck is going on in this damn game? I mean, it was cool. It was fun. I thought it was interesting.
Yeah. This is where Coalition kind of lost it a little bit, but it still had its moments. It still had some fun in there, but it certainly wasn't Saints Row 2, which I still consider probably the best.
Yeah. Then in 2017, PlayStation 4 released Gravity Rush 2.
Underrated game, gorgeous game, great story. More people should have played Gravity Rush 1 and 2. I played Gravity Rush on the Vita. Absolutely drop dead gorgeous game. Just beautiful.
I was watching gameplay. I was like,
yeah. So good, man.
about downloading it.
Yeah, so good.
Damn.
Yep.
Then in 2008 on iOS, you got Friday the 13th Killer Puzzle. Excuse me. So shout out to that. Then in 2021 on PC, you got Ender Lilies, Quietus of the Nights.
I almost picked up that game like probably a half or probably a dozen Baker's dozens times. I've almost picked that game up at points because the art style is so damn cool. I wanted to play it. It kind of had that puppeteer, almost Atlas Vanillaware mix kind of. It's so damn cool looking. I've almost picked it up, but I never have. So I don't have any thoughts on it, but I just love the art style in that game.
It's kind of cool. Then in 2021 on everything, we got Hitman 3.
Shout out to Hitman 3. Shout out to Hitman 3.
Then in 2021, you on Linux and Macintosh, you got Skull, the Hero Slayer. It's one of the good ones. Good roguelikes apparently. It's like up there with Dead Cells and them. Then in 2022 on PC, you got Shinorubi.
Yes. Shinorubi. I love it.
That sounded like the best way to say it. Then in 2022, a game that we actually liked and had a good time with. I don't have anything bad to say about it. A lot of people did. Mm-hmm. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Extraction.
Yeah. You, me, Math.
We had a good time with it. Yeah, we were having fun.
Yeah.
I don't know. It had its
Bro, we were anytime. Again, I will always say this. A game is hitting a little differently when you are playing the game and you are actually talking about strategy in like military terms. Like when you start to go into that, the game. You talk about the game and the conversations that we normally have when we're just jamming out, having a good time, and things get crazy.
No, we're talking about the game.
We're talking about the game. We're talking about where enemies are. We're strategizing going into the next room, how we're going to complete things. The game had something there. It did. I don't know why so many people didn't like it, but it had something. It was cool. So for sure.
Yeah, we had a good time with it. Yeah. Then in 2022, Nintendo Switch, PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One got Windjammers 2. Then in 2023, Nintendo Switch released Fire Emblem Engage.
If Switch 2 is if Switch 2 is backwards compatible, Fire Emblem will be. Yep, I will be going back to Fire Emblems that I missed for sure. Okay. That and Xenogears are the two franchises that I absolutely want to play. So if they have backwards compatibility at Switch 2, I will more than likely be picking it up if it looks good on a big screen and go back and play those because Fire Emblem, I love Fire Emblem.
Then in 2023 on PC and PlayStation 5, you got Hitman World of Assassination.
Let's go. IO could be a part of the team pretty soon. Xbox team pretty soon. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe.
Then we got everybody's favorite game.
Bond
in 2023 PC.
So good. Yeah.
Lockdown 2024.
What the fuck is that?
I don't know. It looks like it's not safe for work.
What year did it come out in?
2023.
Oh, okay. So they weren't predicting the future per se. Oh, of course, it probably brings up all the freaking pandemic stuff when I type in lockdown. I can better type in game.
It's probably one of those. Huh?
Is a point and click adventure game with a linear storyline. It's about a young man who's lived a very sheltered life.
Oh, okay.
That's what we got. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is fully yeah. I'll just read the warnings. Lockdown 2024 includes explicit sex, language, prescription drug use. All characters in the game are 18 plus, and all sexual acts in the game are consensual. She put that on the Steam fucking page. What the fuck, bro?
You gotta make sure it's consensual when you're gaming, man.
Yeah. Oh my god.
They said it was okay.
Incestuous relationships. Current sexual interests include big breasts, big asses, small breasts, masturbation, sex toys, and harem. You gotta love fucking PC, bro.
Oh my god.
Yo. Yeah,
it's amazing, man. I guess.
Yeah,
People like it. It is what it is.
Yep.
Then apparently this year we're supposed to be getting Last Remains on PC.
Last Remains, huh? Later this
action,
year. They're doing
adventure,
future
survival?
shit. Is it future shit? Vic, I do not doubt. Shout out to Vic, the motherfucking click in here. He says, I'm buying this today.
Hey,
Lockdown 2024, Vic. I do not doubt it.
Yo, you got to be careful. I'm going to tell you one thing about Vic. You got to be careful about Vic. He'll put some things on your timeline that you weren't expecting to see.
I was just going to say, his posts say it all. Yeah.
He be retweeting some women, and I'll be like, hey, yo, Vic, I see you, man. You got some decent taste, man. I feel you, man. Shout out to you, man. You got some good taste. Nothing wrong with that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. No, Jasper, there's no one-handed accessibility options on this one.
He goes, I'm out.
The last one, you had to beat the game first. So
yes.
At least it gave you some motivation.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. What a fantastic freaking episode of Living Split Screen. Episode 134 is in the books. Look, you know where to find us every Saturday. 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time, right here on this channel, Living Split Screen, a non-console-centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry. Again, we had another very passionate episode, a lot of different ideologies that people are discussing, and it's all just exactly that, discussion points, right? Something for us to talk about, figure out why people are crazy, why we're crazy, and why we greatly appreciate you guys being here. So, again, gaming is art, should definitely be treated as such. I would never be, I never thought that I would be in a place talking about gaming the way that I am today. And again, that's greatly appreciated from you guys. Every time that I come here, I try to bring my utmost, bring the energies high at all times. And you guys love it. So, Pong, greatly appreciate you too. I know you're gonna be hard on yourself, but it's all good, man. We were able to pull it out, and regardless, we're gonna have some fun today. So I think everything was gonna be locked in. But again, glad you are all right, brother man. Yeah. And hey, man, you can start off this time letting the people out of here, man. Where can they find you at?
Absolutely. Apologize to everybody, Steele and the chat, for being late. Never want that to happen again. Just one of those nights. I woke up early in the morning with a headache and fell back to sleep later, and obviously just slept right through the alarm and don't remember it. But thank you all for being here. Amazing show. Again, like Steele said, each and every weekend, this core community that we've built here, no matter what, at the end of the day, is what it's all freaking about. And the support, the love, the respect that you guys bring here, great conversations that you have. I know we didn't get as much into the chat today as we sometimes do, just because we had some big topics and a lot to get through. And Vic, the motherfucker click comes through and he says he can't end the show. We're a Mach 6.25. Let's get that to a Mach 10.25. Let's get that to a Mach 10.5 to end the show. He comes in with the easy layup. He got on that court. Let me show you my skills. And he finger rolled that sucker right into the net. That's right. No backboard on that one. He comes in with the $5 super chat and says, amazing episode, guys. We are not crazy. We are just gamers. Just my games got a lot of nudity. Vic, don't doubt you for the least.
Don't doubt it at all.
No, not at all. Vic, choo-choo, motherfucker. Thank you for growing up. But yeah, the continued love, support, and respect you guys show us coming out each and every week. Again, giving time, chatting, lurking, 1,000%. Watching in the future, 5 minutes, 5 hours, whatever it is, super chats, membership gifting. That's all never expected, but always appreciate all of it across the board evenly. That's what it's all about here. So thank you all for being here for another episode of Living Split Screen. In fact, episode 134 in the books, right, Steele? I'm pretty sure.
Yes, sir. 134.
Listen, y'all, you guys know the drill by now. Pong Soul on Xbox, formerly known as Twitter, Xbox Pong Soul on Xbox as well. And then, of course, tonight. It's the Shop Podcast over on PTK Blam's channel. Gotta be there for that hype train. With Blam, of course, one of the best in the business as the host. Of course, Fuzzy Belvedere, always coming in with the good thoughts on the conversation. Of course, myself, we don't have any guests announced, but that doesn't mean PTK is not going to put up the bat signal and one or two people will show up. He has been known to do that. But even if it is a rare show with just us three amigos, you know it's the best way to end your Saturday night. Just such a good time on the Shop Podcast every week. Be there 9 p.m. or 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time tonight. The Shop Podcast. Have us tuned in while you guys are playing Palworld, because I know all of you are playing Palworld tonight. So just have us on the background and we'll talk about it too. But otherwise, next week it starts all over again. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Mr. Boomstick is the man. Xbox Factor Podcast is the show every Tuesday. And with a great panel, you got Steel on there permanently. So you got to join in 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time every Tuesday. All good things green over there. Shout out to Boomstick, who is always supporting everybody in this community, including me and Steel, for all that he does here. And then, of course, Thursday night, it is PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM over on the Fun Speculation Network, as we like to call it these days. 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central, two-man show. We haven't had a guest in a long time. Mav and I had episode 100 this past just a couple days ago. Go check that out. Episode 100, right after the direct. He got to co-stream the direct, and we just rolled in and did PM in the PM for about 4 hours. So go check that out. We had great conversations, broke down the entire direct, obviously. But we'll be back next Thursday for that. And then, of course, Friday nights, It's the Fam gets together on Xbox Ultimate, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Lots of laughs, lots of good talk. We go left, we go right, we go up, we go down, but we have a great time on Xbox Ultimate. Tune in every Friday night for that next week. And then, God willing, back here with my brother from another on time next week, I promise. It's rare that this happens, but I do feel bad when it does. But on time next weekend for another episode 135 of Living Split Screen. Listen, y'all, it's the golden age of gaming. I'm telling you, since I started this podcasting gig, for the most part, it's the golden age of gaming. There's so much to do, so much to play. You're going to be hearing Steel and I talk a whole lot about some of these new games. You're going to be seeing us stream potentially a lot of these new games coming out in the next couple of weeks. So get ready, buckle up, get out there, play what you love what you play. Have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll talk to you all real soon. Steel brother, you get us out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you can find me everywhere. I Steel Rain, that's he is a 7. Type it in Google, would probably be the easiest way. Other than that, I do frequent the streets of the Xbox ecosystem, just because it works so well between the console and the PC itself, and the streets of X, otherwise known as Twitter. And like Pong mentioned previously, every Tuesday, you can find me with Mr. Boomstick XL, a pillar in the community, definitely in my belief. He's giving a platform to a lot of people, man, and that's nothing but love and appreciation. He puts up the hard fight, doing shows 5 days out of the week. So come check us out, man. You want to bleed green a little bit? You want to hang out? You want to have some Xbox-centric conversations? Tuesday is going to be the place to come find us. So that's 11 a.m. Central. And other than that, greatly appreciate you guys for being here. It's been nothing but a consistent thing. We're going to keep this boat rolling, and we're going to see what magic happens out of it. So y'all stay safe. Enjoy the rest of your day, your evening. We'll see you on Palworld maybe, or in whatever gaming universe you decide to involve yourself in. You stay safe. Much love. Peace.